Hello. Hello, hello. It is once again time for Final Fantasy XIV. This theme is Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, Three Kings. That's what this song is called. I'm not feeling the greatest today, but I guess I never really am. But also, I'll try my best. Here's Sucro. She has an axe this time. It's probably fine. She looks a little bit angry, enthusiastic about blood. I don't know. Hello. Welcome. It's Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, also, since the last time, there's a few new features in the channel, I guess. Since the last time of Final Fantasy XIV, there definitely are, but also since the previous stream, there are more random lines in the Destroyed Redeem haiku, and also you can type in exclamation point links, exclamation point donate, or exclamation point social to get a link to a card website with all the other links on it. So that's fun, I guess. Let's just... I can't stop pushing the funny destroyed button I made, so let's just go ahead and... I'm just gonna go ahead and redeem my own funny button.
To the stars. A chiseled jawline. The herald of the fourth world. He self-destructed.
Rip.
Destroy!
You can hear from that example that some of the lines I put in are from a bunch of Paper Mario enemy haikus I made for Aya's stream. There's also a bunch of other random reference lines and whatnot. Maybe at some point I'll put original haiku lines in there. Well, I guess I already did, because that's the Paper Mario one. So hey, we win. Anyway, welcome. The current main story quest is Seeds of Despair. We actually don't want to be in the House of the Fierce right now, I guess. We're looking for Imperial patrols south of a lake or something. Time to remember how to leave the house. Of the Fierce. Not just like the house in general, though I usually don't remember how to do that either. I found the exit. So right now as a warrior, I am level 68. So I'm not quite as powerful as I was as a paladin in terms of item level and whatnot, but I think that should be fine. The dungeon that is approaching is level 67, I believe. Somebody sent me a Free Company invite during the pre-stream, I think. I just noticed. Anyway. This is the place. Do you see anything or anyone of note? All quiet for now. Follow me to the next location. This is quite an interesting environment, by the way. All of this glowing crystal that looks sort of like coral, but not.
To the stars. A living weapon. A vile, blood-curdling nightmare. So, I am a cat.
Destroy!
Free dab. Why not? We have fun here. Currently, the cooldown on the funny button of destroyed is only 30 seconds. That might be too few, but I also don't expect people to have 2014 points available constantly. This is the second point I marked on my map. I think I'm surveying in the wrong direction, but it's fine. No Imperial patrols near our headquarters, then. Good. The last thing we need is a repeat of Ralger's Reach. Even so, 'twould be prudent to search a little longer. That's a lot of destroyed. Someone's fishing. I heard the telltale sound of fishing. Alizé has defeated a tiger. Congratulations. Not exactly the enemy I was worried about. Damn it all, I just can't leave the carcass laying in the middle of the road. You've gotten stronger. Next to you, I feel like a child playing at swords and sorcery, though mayhap it suits me better than books. I owe much to a Mikote I met on my travels. He was a master of these techniques and kindly agreed to teach me the fundamentals. This is referring to the Red Mage job questline character of Sharoon, I think his name is. Something like that. But I never could warm to common rapiers. I vastly preferred using a blade of my own creation, despite the toll it took on me. Urianger's gift was a godsend, to be honest. Anyway, we're falling behind. We should split up and try to recoup some lost time. We've heard rumors of Imperial soldiers skulking about disguised as villagers. One was supposedly spotted near the ribbons, to the south of here. Go and see if there's anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, when I originally played through Stormblood, I was maining Red Mage, so I probably would have seen the different line there. But yeah, that's referring to a character in that storyline. I've unlocked Red Mage for Sucro, but that's about it. Oh, hello there, young lady. My associates and I are in search of fertile soil for farming, and this land caught our eye. You doubt my words? You suspect we have some other purpose in coming here? How vexing it is to be questioned in this manner. Very well, she desires the truth and she shall have it. Deal with her. If you insist. So Warrior is funny because Warrior can just pretend that they have infinite HP. And by pretend, I mean they have infinite HP. Once they have access to their healing buttons, anyway. Also, the current axe I'm using is one of the very basic axes in the game, like glamour-wise. Of course, I'm not using an iron axe for real at this level. It's a regular level 68 axe. But I feel like the simplicity of this axe honestly works pretty well for Sucro and her current outfit. I am not sure what sort of axe I would actually use otherwise. I couldn't find any axes that were like, this is totally axe mode of Odin, which I would only mostly do as a joke. Oh, also the volume sliders and whatnot should be slightly different since the previous time. Since I thought I was a little bit quiet compared to the battle sounds. Hopefully it's fine. Ugh. Well. I saw them attack you while this one fled. Since you seem to have everything in hand, I decided to capture him. An Imperial, I presume? Seems likely. Yeah, nod. If the audio is ever slightly odd or weird or badly balanced or whatever, please tell me immediately. I suppose it also relies a lot on the position of my microphone on the desk. Clearly, I need to invest in a boom mic arm at some point, maybe. I knew it would come to this, but at the hands of a Westerner? A Westerner? A Doman would at least know the rights. You think you understand, but you do not. She will burn it all before she surrenders. She will never kneel again, nor should she. I'm willing to listen if you would like to explain. Oh. Sucro! This is the first time someone has attempted to take advantage of the stun status effect inflicted by the Echo in the entire history of Sucro so far. And by that I mean tried to punch Sucro while she was having a headache. Rest assured, the Nairi will receive due compensation. Young Asahi has great potential, that much is plain. If he applies himself, he may one day be granted the opportunity to go to Garlemald and learn from some of the leading authorities in the field of Magitech. Few citizens are afforded such treatment, however, much less people of the provinces. You will need to do more. Oh, of course, have no doubt that we shall. My husband and I only want the best imperial education for our boy. I finished planting the rice, Mother. Not while the officer is here, Yatsuyu. Inside, now. Yes, Mother. You did not mention that you had a daughter. My sister's not mine, Kami rest her soul. She's utterly hopeless, but one cannot choose one's family. Indeed, she is of age to receive an education as well, is she not? Yet we have no records. I trust I need not remind you of your legal obligations. No, of course not, but she's weak and sickly. Some days she has not the strength to leave her bed. Though, a thought occurs to me. Mayhap we can come to an understanding. I feel like the word doting in doting mother here is, should be in large air quotes. More like damage over time causing mother. Probably. Blank stare. Exactly. Dotting. Anyway, I'm sure it would have been fine, Alize. I have like 1,000,000 HP or whatever. That was a near thing. What happened? We were talking and all of a sudden you were somewhere else. Did one of those soldiers hit you on the head or something? Oh, does Alize not know about the echo? Shake head. Well, if you say so, we should go and tell the others what happened here. We should take this guy's sword so that when Xenos shows up, we can throw the sword at him and distract him like he's Ganon and we're throwing a fishing rod. Or like casting a line from the fishing rod. Because I'm pretty sure that's how you can defeat Xenos as an Easter egg. Is just throw swords and he gets distracted. I don't see any problems with this plan. I mentioned it before, but I think one of the funny things about Warrior is that they have this aura around them. As long as they have any rage. And it's just kind of funny to be driving around, like, with this aura happening. Oh, I could have just flown up. Yeah, I think if you mean, like, the distraction worked for a while on Ganon, I think that's correct. That's specifically in Twilight Princess, as I recall. As sort of a sequel to the bug net reflecting Ganon lasers. Thank you. You didn't have to come with me, but you did, and for that I'm grateful. Oh, it'd work on Xenos? Yeah. I don't know, he doesn't seem like easy to distract. He just likes swords a lot. You didn't have to come with me, but you did, and for that I'm grateful. I told the others of our encounter with the disguised soldiers. Though we disposed of the bodies, it's only a matter of time before their comrades note their absence. As if we needed any more reason to act quickly. Are you sure you're alright? You're alright, by the way? You've been awfully quiet since we returned. Alize, I'm usually quiet. This aura, seriously. I'm not sure how I feel about it constantly being present if I didn't use all of my warrior meter over here. What is this even called? Beast gauge, that's what it's called. Because it's beast gauge. You build beast gauge and then use beast mode, question mark. Fell cleave in this case. I kind of wish that like after 5 minutes of being out of combat or something, it would reduce to 0. Maybe. Or like, or I could just get rid of the, actually. There's a weird option in here somewhere. Effects while in motion. What does that even mean? Okay, it's not related to this. Neither is this. This is not a battle effect. This is just always there. Hey, the meter in simple mode changes color when you have tank stance off. Well, at least we'll never lose where Sucro is on the screen, even though that's always in the center. It'd be really funny if it carried over into cutscenes and stuff too. I'd tell you to rest and leave the rest to the others, but seeing as that isn't in your nature. Lise returned but a moment ago, looking a bit worried. It would seem that trouble is afoot in Amai. You may as well go and ask her about it. As for me, I will not impose upon you any further. I think this aura is probably a good example of one of the many things that they could do something with if they had like cosmetic alternate graphic options for skills and stuff like that. Which I know has been like a... I don't know if I would say it's a highly requested feature, but it's been a feature I've seen multiple people mention or suggest before. Like if you would just have different skill effects, including like invisible warrior aura or something, that would probably be good. The Dairyu moon gates have guarded the approach to Doma Castle since long before the Imperial occupation. We do not anticipate any great difficulty in gaining entry to the gatehouse, as our Doman friends know its every nook and cranny. The challenge will come in preserving the element of surprise. But I'm confident the shinobi will rise to the occasion. During the rebellion, the Imperials turned to their agents among the shinobi, and through their treachery were many of my comrades slaughtered. We few who have survived have not forgotten that day. The memory of it has spurred us to never neglect our training, that we might be ready to administer revenge. I think this is all new text. Much has changed in my absence. The state of the Enclave in particular concerns me. Yeah, Hien's dialogue here is... we've seen that before. What about Gosetsu? This may be our final chance to win Doma her freedom. Weird voice issue in the middle of that sentence. We dare not take any chances, for if we fail... We've barely got enough armor as it is, huh? Oh, you're here to help? That's a relief. I've been trying to help the villagers in Namai get ready for the operation, but we've run into a few problems. You remember how we're supposed to stir up trouble as a diversion, right? Well, the thing is, we don't have enough armor to go around. I thought the Doman Liberation Front would be able to furnish us with some, but it seems that's not the case. I was about to go and tell Issei. Why don't you come too? I feel like I was saying that name is like Issei, but I think Issei is probably more correct. Again, I don't really know how to pronounce a lot of things, including words that are like part of the language I allegedly speak. Oh, there's another, oh, right. That's part of a side quest chain that I started. The reason it's still marked as a blue plus icon is because that is one of the quest lines that is required for the Namazu quests, I think. Namazu, yeah. We'll have to come up with a solution somehow. Hey, my aura went away. Oh, you're here too. I heard about those soldiers you and Alize encountered. I'm glad you're alright. Right then. Issei, we've gathered up all the rope we could find in the village. And every tool with an edge, but it's still not enough. Even a hoe would suffice, but there are no more to spare. Thank you, Shigusa. Ryosen could use a hand if there's nothing else. As for more tools, I may have some in my home. Go and search it. Take whatever meets your needs. Nodding. I made enough rice balls for everyone, including some special ones for Lady Yugiri. Can I go and give them to her? You silly little girl, of course you can. Hurry, you never know when she'll have to leave on a secret mission. Nod. Does this mean she's going to, like, swim to the House of the Fierce with the rice balls, or what? How's that gonna work? Sorry about that. Everyone's been trying to contribute since Lord Hien returned. There's so much to worry about. You're doing well, Issei, though I have to ask, have you had any luck finding more armor? Unfortunately, no. Unlike weapons, there are no substitutes for proper protection. It's not as though we need full suits of Imperial plate, but we're not soldiers. If we attack without any equipment, we'll be slaughtered. The Doman Liberation Front doesn't have any armor to spare. I suppose we could ask Hancock, but there's no telling how long it would take for him to send us supplies. Do you have an armorer in the village, or anyone with some skill to fashion armor? There is one man, a craftsman who fled the Enclave. He's experienced and may be able to help. I don't know if I can persuade him to, though. Maybe you two could come with me? Nod. His name is Suranuki, and he lives in Kusakare to the south. Come with me. So yeah, for the record, we're very close to a dungeon, but there's still some stuff that has to happen before the dungeon. In case you were wondering, where is the dungeon? The answer is soon. Oop. A beetle has seen me. There's, not much going on around this area, huh? This looks like a single house, not really like a village or anything. I guess Kusakari is just the name of the region, perhaps? There's something odd about this man. Hey, I heard there's something odd about you. What do you think about this? You look like a guy. You look fairly regular. I don't know. This is Suranuki. Wahahaha! Who are these starry-eyed youths who stand before me? Ones who sing of rebellion, of liberation? Ha ha ha! Surely they would not think to trouble me with such foolish dreams. Oh, go and say what you will, but do not take offense if I die from laughter! Wahahaha! Well, this seems to be going fine. Thanks for the materia. Say again? You'd have me fashion armor for the villagers who wish to fight Imperial regulars? Wahahaha! Bad fools charging boldly to meet their deaths. Bring me steel and I shall give them shells to shield their soft bellies. Yes, yes, plates of steel, all that you can carry, the better to shield them from blade and bullet. If only it were so simple, Master Suranuki. Steel plates are not so easily procured. Blind, deaf, and dumb you are, boy. Wow, that's really rude. We are awash in broken steel. Magitech great cylinders come crashing to the earth from on high. Shatter them to bits with my explosives. They will not fail you, for I made them to kill Imperials. Bring me my steel and you will have your armor. Well, it's not like we know any other armorers who can help. At least we get to blow things up. Of course, the Imperials have explosives too, and there's no armor which can protect you from that. Wahahaha! Alright then. Forgot about this guy entirely. Anyway, time to blow stuff up, I guess. Also, there's all this other stuff in my key items, but it's fine. Tsurunuki is not the sanest of men, but you can be reasonably confident that his bombs will not explode in your hand. Oh, but they are ground targeting. Yay! Ah, creature. What is this creature? The creature is dead. So part of why I'm playing as a warrior is because I have it at level 68, and because it's potentially a good idea for me to have warrior available in case in case paladin is still too many buttons for like hand pain reasons, but also because I want to see how everyone feels about Sucro as a warrior, like if it seems right or whatever. So, well, yeah. I guess we'll find out. As far as playing as warrior, it feels fine. I like it. That's a lot of armor plating. Good thing Sucro can carry all of this somehow. Corgis. Dogs in the background. All of these take a different amount of time to pick up.
Bark, 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 eco.
That's correct. That is the sound that dogs make. But you're a cat, Callie. Oh, and if you didn't see the stream recently or my Twitter recently, you might not know Calico, who can say text-to-speech words and is good. She's good. I like this funny cat that I've made. We're lucky no patrols overheard the explosions. I've got my portion.
Good evening.
Hello, welcome. Good evening to you as well. And good evening to Callie, who relayed your message. You have the many plates of steel I demanded? Show me! Scavenged from broken Magitech wrecks, this metal could be repurposed as armor for villagers. Or it either said villagers or villages, but... Wahahaha! Then you are committed to your cause, dressing villagers as soldiers and marching off to war. Stupid, stupid fools. Doma is dead, and so are her people. Lord Kyan, Lord Hien, all dead. Their blood is on our hands. Hien's alive. 'Twas Lord Kyan who saved us, who spared us the worst when the Garleans came. Every shred of pride and honor he cast aside without a second thought, all to win their trust, all to serve as their puppet, restored to his throne years later, a paper tiger. Such shame he must have felt, but no matter, he would suffer it for his people. A life as slaves is better than none at all, he believed, but not us. After my lady died, we began to whisper in his ears dreams of freedom and liberation. We pushed him to take action, if only a little. 10 years of preparation, of machinations, so careful we would be, and yet, Doma burned for our foolishness. Not for that of Lord Kyan. Monzin, the Enclave, they were raised for our sins. We murdered them all, don't you see? We murdered you all. You're wrong, Master. We're still here. We're still alive. Lord Kyan too lives on, in our hearts and in his son, for Lord Hien has returned. Lord Hien alive? It cannot be. You lie. You lie. Nod. It's the truth. Hien came back to Doma to help her fight for freedom. Could it be my Lord Hien yet lives? Oh. Oh. Bands of steel to bind the chest and belly. Yes, yes. I must heat the forge and begin work at once. 10, 100, how many do you need? All that and more you shall have. Well, I don't need the sucro, please. I wish it didn't default to not displaying gear. This axe is kind of neat, I guess. I now have to think about, our axe is cool. This one is... This looks more like a halberd, honestly. It's fine, I guess. I don't know. Not my favorite. I'll just take the materia, because I can vendor that. All the armor I can provide you will have. I will labor until I can no longer lift my hammer. Yeah, the current axe I'm using since I'm trying warrior on stream today is just an iron axe. The simplicity works pretty well. I tend to like simpler weapon designs. I didn't think we'd have another chance so soon, but here we are. We're going to beat them this time. We have to. Even after 25 years of oppression, they still have it in them to stand up and fight. We just have to show them the way forward. Issei and I will help Tsurunuki finish the armor, so you've no need to wait around. Why not go back to the House of the Fierce? I'm sure there's plenty of work left to be done. Ask around and see what you can find. Ask about and see what you can find. Yeah, there's certainly a fair number of weapons for every class that I would describe as decidedly extra. If you like to have an extra weapon. Like I said though, personally I prefer simpler weapon designs more often than not. I've taken a very roundabout route when I should just teleport. I'm not made of gil right now, but I have enough gil to teleport. I spent a lot of gil. Oh yeah, I guess I can show that. Let's switch back to Paladin very briefly. So the Realm Reborn relic quests are... They have a lot that you have to do. But I did eventually do them, and I do have Excalibur Zeta and Aegis Shield Zeta. So that's neat. This is where a lot of my money went. I mean, in addition to other places it went, but this does cost a fair bit of gil at the end. So yeah, that's kind of neat, I guess. I'm also working on the animal weapon for Gladiator, which currently is just this. Not to the final steps of that one yet. Anyways. Anyone have anything they need me to do? Everything is in order, miss. Under Lord Gosetsu's sage tutelage, we grow stronger by the day. Gosetsu's advice is do a bunch of push-ups, I guess. Help? Oh, no, no, no. I will not impose upon you without cause. Rest assured that everything's in its place, and every place is in... everything is fine. I require no assistance, comrade. Lord Hien's instructions to me were quite clear. I need only transcribe them for the benefit of our Zayla allies. Speaking of Lord Hien, if you're eager to be of service, mayhap you could seek him out. Keep an eye on him, perchance, should he decide to venture outside. As for weapon size, I usually, like, this game and every other game on the planet that has ever been created that has daggers as a weapon class, they always end up the size of, like, longswords by the end of the levels. It's like, How do we make these daggers cooler? Make them larger. Now you're just dual wielding swords. That's different. That's not the same as having daggers. It bothers me more than like any other weapons being too large issue. It's always the daggers. Let me guess. Someone asked you to act as my protector. Ha, to hear them mutter, one would think I intended to stride up to the castle gates on my own. The truth, of course, is rather less dramatic. I'd hoped to look on the castle one last time before the battle. Would you care to join me? You would be setting a lot of fretful minds at rest. Nod. Very good, then let us depart for Monzen at once. And yeah, that's probably more of what I would do, is like particle effects or like just fancy but small daggers. Daggers are not supposed to be swords. I think that defeats the purpose of the daggers, usually. Maybe not when you're fighting fantasy monsters or whatever, but you know. It's a little silly. Monzen was home to many great and powerful families, men of honor, samurai, once. Great swaths were raised and people put to the sword. What little remains stands as a testament to what was and what will never be again. Come, I would take a closer look. If I remember correctly, this enemy model here, there is a Fate boss version of this enemy that drops a Dark Knight weapon skin that looks like the sword they're holding. I'm pretty certain of this. Yep, okay. Oh, interesting. Another opinion I have about weapons in this game is that I think there should be more warrior weapons that are hammers. There are two great hammer type weapons that exist that I know of. One is in the Shadowbringer's leveling gear set, and the other one is from a Savage Raid, I believe. I personally feel like the warrior sound effects sound more like blunt weapons than an axe. Though there was at least one video game where axes counted as blunt weapons, but I don't remember which one it is. Oh yeah, that's right. There's also the new cash shop one. Well, that's fine. I forgot about that for a second. No sentries, at least of the living sort. Those shambling suits of armor have the run of the place. I think this was once a bustling street, so full of life. A river of people with a current all its own. But even then, the Imperials walked among us. God dang it. Sometimes openly, sometimes discreetly, but we were always aware of their presence, and we were complicit. He did what he had to do to preserve the peace, to keep our people safe, but at what cost? Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for such dark musings, though they did serve to remind me of the barracks which once stood to the west of here, where there may yet be weapons our comrades could use. If you head down that street, past those makeshift barricades, you will come to the ruins. I will search elsewhere. Meet me at the water's edge when you've finished. Can't believe he said among us. Actually, I can believe it because it's a fairly common phrase in the language that we are currently dealing with, which is English. Hey, it's another sword to throw at Xenos. That's correct, Callie. Ammo Gus. That's correct. Oh, I found one katana. That's enough? We're good? I feel like I was supposed to find more than that. I still like my plan of throwing katanas around at Xenos to distract him. Alas, I found naught of value, did you? Found in the ruins of Monzin, this finely crafted blade shows little signs of use. This katana seems important. Still sheathed in its scabbard, though even shielded from the elements, it will need to be cleaned and oiled. I recognize the crest. It belonged to the son of a samurai I trained with when I was young. He never even had the chance to draw it. There she is, Doma Castle, my home. They let us keep her for a time, before gradually moving their forces across from Fluminus. Now her every court and corridor belongs to Yatsuyu. Though father spent much of his time there, I did not. I may only have visited him there on half a dozen occasions, if that. I cannot remember. Wow, even the number of times that you visited Doma Castle is 6, like Final Fantasy that it's from. Wow, that's probably not on purpose, though it'd be funny if it was. But I remember the view from the keep. Doma seemed much smaller from there, like you could hold it in your hands. Well, Monzin at least. Doma is so much more than that. There beyond the moon gates, under the shores of the Ruby Sea, and here in the places that no man can see or touch or take from you. We carry her with us wheresoever we go. Not the land or the soil, but the story. And what is life if not a story? The story of our journey from dawn to dusk, day after day after day. The story of our mothers and our fathers, our families and our friends, our peoples and our nations. I think a part of me understood that when I looked out from the keep. Heian, son of Kayan, another caretaker of the story of Doma. It's a fine castle, truly, with an even finer view, but in the end... In the end... Ami, strike me down. How could I be so blind? We must return to the House of the Fierce at once. I've had what can only be described as a revelation. Ours is an excellent plan, but not so excellent that it cannot be improved, and I know how. We're going to throw swords at Xenos. No, that can't be his plan, because Xenos isn't here right now. But I wish that it was somebody's plan other than just mine. On second thought, Sucro, I ask that you return to the House of the Fierce without me, and tell Alphino to call the others together for a meeting. It's imperative that the Kojin emissary be in attendance as well. I shall join you anon. Did you remember, like, a secret underwater passageway or something like that? That seems possible. Gotta have secret passageways in a castle. My bunny just teleported directly up for a second. And by teleported, I mean, like, walked across the aetheryte in such a way that the rabbit's y-axis rapidly increased and then decreased. Also, the rabbit is now, like, sitting inside of the stone. The stone is not a separate hitbox. It merely is a graphic that overlays your feet. Look! I've become a Fire Emblem Awakening character. This is my cool new magic trick. Amazing. Anyway. During the rebellion, the Imperials turned to their agents among the shinobi. Okay, you already said that, actually. Lord Heian wishes to discuss the details of our plan. Very well, if he insists, I shall summon the others at once. As for the Kojin, I believe that one of their emissaries is already en route. Nevertheless, I shall contact them to make certain. Alright. What's Heian's cool plan to make the plan better?
May I present the Blue Kojin's emissary?
Greetings and
Of course it's
well-met
Soroban.
old friends. The Elder sends his regards.
Soroban, it's good to have you with us.
Alright. What's the cool plan update? Downloading update for cool plan.
You might humor me.
Nod. Nod.
Thank you for coming, Soroban. Doubtless you have already been informed of our plans and the role we would have your people play. However, I seek your counsel as a Kojin of the Blue. Be it by spell or siegecraft, could your forces destroy the underwater foundations of Doma Castle's outer wall?
That's close to a secret underwater passageway.
Explosives coupled with a few incantations. Yes, that might produce sufficient force. Such a thing could indeed be done.
Then I wish to revise the plan. Instead of assisting the Confederacy in securing the Enclave, I would have the Kojin advance upstream beneath the water and breach a segment of the outer wall. I mean to flood Doma Castle.
That would be pretty effective in drawing out the enemy, or making the enemy cornered, or making them leave, or making them stay, or whatever you're intending to do with this. Floods do a lot in a siege type situation, I would imagine. Everyone gasps. Did Sucro gasp? I didn't notice.
My lord, the castle is a sacred symbol, the very heart of our nation. To destroy it is unthinkable, unconscionable. You cannot do this.
It might be time for sick tunes? I don't know. In this game, it's often time for sick tunes.
I can and I will if it improves our chances. By flooding the castle, we remove the better part of their forces from the field and force Yotsuyu to retreat to the highest levels of the keep. Tell me that is not a worthwhile trade.
Flooding the castle also works in Suikoden 5, which I've recently seen happen in a playthrough of Suikoden 5 that I've been watching. Which is why I was like, yeah, that'll probably work. And also, I've seen this part of the game before, technically.
But my lord, that castle was entrusted to you by your father and his father before him. I say to you again, it is the heart of our nation.
I feel like that's the point that Heian is about to make. No, we're not damming the castle, we're flooding the castle. A dam prevents a flood. Okay.
Stone walls do not a nation make, my friend. Her people do. And as long as we yet live, we can rebuild.
I feel like rebuilding the castle is symbolic in its own way. We're like tearing down what the Empire has done to the nation of Doma and rebuilding it for ourselves, right? Or rather, they're rebuilding it for themselves, because it's not like it's Sucro's country, nation, place. Sucro doesn't live here. Sucro's just helping.
So let us only think of this battle, of victory here and now. For without that, we have no future.
Yosetsu reluctantly agrees.
I see that you are resolved, Lord Heian, and I would not presume to gainsay your decision.
I will inform the Elder of your revised stratagem and instruct our sappers to make ready.
Our preparations are all but complete. Once we receive word from our Kojin allies, we shall set our plans in motion. We shall fight, and we shall prevail.
Also, it feels like a kind of amusing bit of irony how much Yotsuyu hates Doma and wants to see it burned down. And we're like, yeah, but like, what if we destroyed our own castle that you're sitting in? I feel like she'd be kind of conflicted about this, and then she'll get owned. Though Yatsuyu probably wants to see the people of Doma burn more than the buildings. So, you know, whatever. Actually, her take will probably be, man, these people from Doma who I hate would even destroy their own fucking castle to get to me? Wow, what a bunch of honorless people that I hate. Thanks for reinforcing my opinion. So, I guess she wouldn't be conflicted? I don't know. She'd just be pissed. I sure am swearing a lot. Maybe I should try to swear less on stream? I don't know if that matters. It is unorthodox, but I'm in no position to speak against it. I mean, yeah, I could be swearing a lot more, that's also true.
I am sorry, but I am going to say a bad word, heck.
No! Callie, no! How could you do that? It's fine. Callie's not allowed to swear. If anyone makes Callie actually swear, I'm going to delete you from the world. That should be a chat rule. Don't make Callie swear. A scrolling heck. A powerful emote. Thank you for accompanying me earlier. It was in that moment of clarity that I understood what we needed to do. I wonder if adding that chat rule that seems kind of like a joke would detract from the other chat rules, which are all very important, though. Especially my slight revision to the first one for my own sake. No plan is perfect, and if there's ever room for improvement, and there is ever room for improvement, I expect my comrades will be refining their approach until the moment they begin. In case you are unaware, the other Jonin will lead the assault on the Moon Gates, not I. My place is at Lord Hien's side. I wonder if in the duty support, Hien is part of the party for this as well. Man, when they add duty support to Stormblood, it'll be really interesting to go and look and see who's in what dungeons and stuff. I don't know if they'll probably get all the 4.0 dungeons in the next set of duty support, and then the 4.x ones in the one after that, and then they'll be caught up. If any of those are particularly interesting, they might be worth showing on stream later. Yay, I sold some garbage shoes for pocket change. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to Namai. Suranuki's working hard, and Issei's doing what he can to help, but maybe there's more that I can do too. He was like a different person when he began hammering those plates. Younger, brighter, full of life and hope. What about you, Alize? What do you think about all this? I'm not being instructed to talk to you. We are fast approaching that moment when all is in order and we have naught to do but wait, frustrating as it is. When the time comes, I wish you the best of luck. Oh, and remember, no noble sacrifices or anything similarly stupid. Well, if I did a noble sacrifice, I wouldn't be able to continue the video game, so that's not going to be happening. Imagine if that did happen. Imagine if the protagonist, like, died and it was like, please make a new character now. I think everyone would, like, object strongly to that. I would. The plan is set, and all that can be done has been done. Rest and relaxation are now paramount, for tomorrow we may die. Have you too not done enough? Will you not pause a moment to gather yourself on the eve of our grand design? Go not unto battle with weary eyes or lingering regrets, my friend. The quest objective should say, take a nap, or something like that. Soraban informs me that his sappers will be ready within the day, which means that we can proceed as planned and attack Doma Castle tomorrow. Considering the key role you will play, I think it only prudent that you refrain from further labors and rest until tomorrow. Agreed? No rest for the righteous. Here's a Sucro character trait. I think she overworks herself. I think this is actually in character for Sucro to say, more or less. But let's see how Alphino makes me take a nap. True enough, true enough. When you've seen to your sundry tasks and are ready to retire, I pray you let me know. Oh. Oh, that's just the I don't want to continue yet option. Okay. Far be it from me to refuse. We shall speak again in the morning. My ship sails in the morning. I wonder... No. Take care, my friend. Part of a permanent curse that has been placed upon me by the internet is that I'm always thinking about CDI Zelda games, especially lines frequently used in the YouTube poop form of medium. Sucro's looking at a crystal. Oh, hey, Lise.
You're awake. I was just, well, they threw me out, actually. Told me I needed to get some sleep. Ready for the big day.
Same, basically.
Not long now, eh? I'm nervous, of course, but I also feel like I didn't know where I was going, but maybe, finally, something's gonna change, you know? Really, really change. And when the dust has settled, we'll see what we've won and what we've lost. I'm going to give it my all tomorrow. Everything I've seen and felt, I won't let it be for nothing.
Heck yeah. Nod.
Right. Off to bed. Don't want to overdo it, and neither should you.
Go the heck to sleep.
Before you sleep, you should look in on Alphino and Alize. Quietly, of course.
Why? Questioning head tilt. Guess I'll do that. Oh.
Another restless
Ian,
soul.
quietly.
Come,
Quietly,
come.
Ian.
Raise a glass to freedom.
Ian, the acoustics. People are trying to sleep, Ian. Please. Also, I don't imagine Sucro would drink any alcoholic beverages, but I guess she has to.
Good. Good. I shall be interested to know her thoughts on the matter.
Gosetsu, the acoustics. I'm going to tell you this as well. People are trying to sleep. Speaking of... Okay, also right now it looks like Sucro's hat is on fire because of the It looks like Sucro's hat is on fire, so I got distracted by that. Here's an anecdotal tale from my past. There was one time where I was on a camping trip for a certain organization that I would no longer be admitted into for reasons other than age. I'm saying it's the Boy Scouts and I'm trans. Anyway, there was one time on a camping trip when we slept in a cave, and due to the fact that we had a bunch of older chaperones and whatnot, there were a bunch of the echoes of the snoring parents resounded throughout the entire cavern and made sleep impossible. That was it was quite an experience. The end. That's the anecdote.
Ah, that's enough, Gosetsu. You'll not convince anyone with your drunken ramblings. We've talked about this, all of us. We are flooding the castle tomorrow, and that's the end of it.
I know. I accepted your decision, and I do not intend to go back on my word. Nevertheless, as the battle draws near, I cannot help but recall our many travails, and it fair compels me to speak.
I'm sure some people told them in the morning, but nobody like woke them up to tell them to stop or something. Not that you can really control snoring, especially in a cavern. So I don't think there was much that could have been done. Gosetsu.
In all my time serving as a leader of men, there are two failures which haunt me to this day. The first, a defeat at the hands of the Empire 25 years past, and the subsequent imprisonment of your father. Long did I consider offering up my life in atonement, until Lord Kyan, allowed at last to receive visitors, called for me, of all people, for my unborn child, he said, for my dearest Shun, live. My second failure, of course, was the betrayal of that selfsame command. When in the rebellion I failed to protect not only Lord Kyan, but Lord Hien too. That I yet live, having known such disgrace, is an affront to the Kami themselves.
Come on, Gosetsu, you can't think like that. Everyone makes mistakes. Sometimes they seem really major. You just happen to have made a few mistakes in an environment that was like war, so they seem especially major. But like, you being alive does a lot of good. And also there's a lot of cultural differences in how people see this sort of thing. I suppose that's true. But Gosetsu, you're good. You're helping a lot by being here. It is good that you live. Sucro's not actually drinking anything, which is for the best, I would say. It's good.
Yet you, all of you, so fit to grant this shameful creature, this failure, another chance to serve a greater purpose. Thank you for pitying an old fool.
Oh. Gosetsu.
Now, it is far too soon for that. Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
No crying until the end. Yeah, that is a lot of sake.
Even that sounds morose. We who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. He is right about one thing, though. We have you and yours to thank for this chance. All debts will be repaid. On that you have my word. But first we must live past tomorrow, no?
I don't think there's much repayment that you need to do. So that's probably also, that's a very me and Sucro characteristic of like, you don't owe me anything. I'm just helping.
If you've no intention of sleeping, Yugiri, you may as well join us.
She's so surprised
Forgive
by
me,
being
my lord.
seen.
I did not mean to. If that is your will.
Bow. And then Sucro did not drink any sake. You can't convince me otherwise. Unless there's incidental dialogue that's like, gee, you sure drank some sake, which there probably won't be. Good morning. I trust you slept well, or at least better than I did. It would seem I dozed off in the middle of something, but your carousing with Lord Hien and Gosetsu woke me from my fitful slumber, and I retired to my bunk. Yeah, exactly. I tried to warn them about the acoustics, Alphino. Alize is faring rather less well than either of us, but she'll be fine, I'm sure. So long as you do not remind her of what you saw. Hey, Alize! Wait, where is she? She's not standing in her usual spot. This is just the exit. I guess she's just not here right now. That's fine. The die is cast. All hangs in the balance, as he and well knows. There she is. I trust you're none the worse for wear after last night. We received confirmation from the Kojin not long ago. Their sappers stand at the ready and await our signal. I don't know why I would be worse to wear for last night, other than the fact that you're so loud in this echoing chamber. Let us not keep them and the others waiting. Gather your things. We depart at once. Great, I'll grab my stuff. Alphino, instruct Lise and the others to move into position and launch their attack. Our scouts report no change in the Imperial's disposition, but I would leave nothing to chance. We must act quickly lest we lose the element of surprise. Hello, welcome. Understood, I will relay your orders to her and rejoin my unit. Gosetsu and Yugiri await the two of you at Monzen. Good luck, my friends. I will see you both again soon. It's almost time for the dungeon, everyone. Took a bit longer to get here than I expected it to, but it's almost time for the dungeon. And now we wait. I've dreamed of this day, a chance for freedom, for liberation, for redemption, after 25 years of regret. Lise will contact us once the attack has begun, after which the others will carry out their allotted tasks. Our part comes last. If this is the team that's here, who's the healer, I ask you again, for the inevitable duty support variation of this whole thing? They'll probably restructure who goes where. Or that. Or Gosetsu's the healer.
Understood. Wish us luck.
What happened to the armor?
You all know what you have to do. Are you ready?
Nod.
Oh yes. Ready to show them what a good job they made of breaking us.
Nod. Various nodding and cheering. Nod.
Then what are you waiting for? Move out!
Determined emote, but with a sound effect.
Why must we waste our time guarding this blasted...
Sound the alarm! Fluminous is under attack! Armed insurgents have breached the perimeter! We need reinforcements!
Gasp. Kicked in the face. Destroyed. I realize I have to be more careful with...
Ha. I wish
This is
Yiza was
Lee.
here.
Imperial
Wow.
forces converging on our position.
Seems like
Looks
Yiza
we've
is
got their
here.
attention. We'll be
Hello,
sure to keep them
Yiza.
busy for as long as we can.
I usually pronounce your name Iza, and not Yiza, but, you know. Hello. We're about to liberate a nation from the evil empire. by storming the castle. Birds are involved, apparently. That's fair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no. It's okay, Callie, you're doing your best. Oh yeah.
Ah, war. To wield power to make men kneel before you. There is no better feeling.
Yeah, alright, Magni.
A pity I must share this pleasure with a feral dog of a Dothal.
Preening, Oreneer! You fear that she will put the sun in shade! Those are for you. Go, claim your prey.
Huh. I forgot about this design of a flying, machine. The birds are pretty fluffy, that's true. The Yol. Wow. Okay, Magni. Imagine if Magni had just like fallen into the water and there was like a tiny little sploosh sound. And then Seidu just started laughing at him, probably. I got a free company invite or something, probably.
Come to me! Come to your death! With each that falls, my soul soars higher!
Maybe he gets a little bit of a props.
Fall not behind! Make an offering of their steel to Father Azim!
Izu, am I doing it right?
Not quite. Izu. That's just like Zoo Tycoon or something, I think. You know, the zoo that's on the internet. Personally, I don't feel like you gotta hand it. You don't.
They seem to be enjoying themselves.
You don't gotta hand it to Magni.
My lord, the barrier!
That's probably true, yeah.
I would like to visit
That
Izu.
it should fall so
I
soon.
want to see the Moogles.
Truly, our allies seem determined to surpass each other.
Moogles are sapient creatures and would not be contained within a zoo. Who's that guy?
The Magitech field is down. I repeat, the Magitech field is down. Confederate vessels, you are clear to advance upon the Enclave.
Okay, that's maybe possible. I feel like they could also...
I'm learning so MCH today.
Wow, I can't believe you learned how to play Machinist. Callie, good job. But, Moogles could live in the zoo as a bit, or they would work there. Or that.
I am a machine.
That's true. I suppose. But machinists are the class and the job in this game that shoots a gun. I don't think you should give Callie a gun. I think giving Callie a gun is similar to making Callie say a swear word. And how illegal it might be.
The wall is breached. The Kojin 2 will not be outdone.
Our allies have set the stage. Now we must take the castle. With me.
With me. Once they add duty support, but instead with 3 random people. Meanwhile...
My lady, the riverside wall has been breached.
The lower levels are already flooded and the water is still rising.
Yatsuyu was going to say some equivalent of, I know this already, and then insult this guy probably.
So I gathered.
All right, I'll be
You
a
would tear
white
the whole
mage
thing
instead.
down, all for the promise of freedom. A noble sacrifice.
But
For the
if I had
last
gone, I could push
conveyance
things off shelves without having to be near to them.
A compelling argument, I will admit. I'm also unsure if Callie could be a white mage with how white mages work in the lore. Probably? I don't know. Yeah, Yatsuyu is having similar reactions to this as I expected her to, I guess.
Speaking of which, how fares my brood?
The procedure was carried out as instructed by Lord Owless. By all indications, it was a success.
I guess she does have some kind of Gordon Freeman-esque color scheme.
Is that so? Then he may yet be of some use. Devotees of vengeance should rightly pursue their cause unto the bitter end, don't you think? Their hearts aflame with passion until the last few embers fizzle and fade, leaving naught but ash.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
The Viceroy's orders were clear. If Doma falls, none shall be spared his wrath. Tell the
But I am not a man, nor am I free. I am $5 a month.
It's more like $6, but yes, that's true.
As you command, my lady.
Again they come to make you kneel, to make you grovel and suffer. But you have endured their worst and survived. You know their tricks. They will not find a flower simply waiting to be plucked.
Yeah, alright, whatever, Yatsuyu. Anyway. It is done. The water surges through the broken masonry and floods the castle even as we speak. Though my heart breaks at the sight of it, I must be strong. All is for the sake of Doma. The Confederacy report that they've secured the Enclave. We need not fear for the civilians' safety. Aye, there can be no doubt. The Viceroy is trapped, and so comes our part. Our Kojian allies will deliver us to our destination, to the Western Dock, and do not forget to bring your fellow adventurers, Sucro. We were not yet programmed to be able to take part in securing the castle. Oh hey, there's the fate that I mentioned that gives you the sword. It's happening right now. You can tell because it had the serious boss time fate music. Well, hey. Looks like there's some people around here. Oh, I thought Karma was laying face down in the water. I thought Karma was just dead. By the way, I'm pretty sure that actually, if you play dead in the water, it does work. Distressingly enough, this is a feature of the play dead emote. Anyway. Yeah, Karma's good. And I is good too. There's a couple of surprise emotes to answer your in-game chat message. Yeah, I is right here. I don't think hugging in the water is legal. No, it's legal. Looked more like I hugged the machinist, like whatever the accessory on their belt is. Wait, I didn't actually talk to the people and unlock the dungeon yet. Greetings and well met, my friends. Climb aboard, climb aboard. There's room enough for you all. Sucro, that we might improve on our odds of success, we will divide into 2 parties upon arrival. One comprising you and your adventurer comrades, the other Gosetsu, Yugiri, and myself. Each will enter the keep via a separate route, dispatching any Imperial forces that attempt to bar their path. Yeah, Ko-Fi does not direct messages toward the stream, and it's never been made to do that. And also, the donation link, for whatever reason, just returns a blank page, and my understanding is that there is no solution to this other than waiting. It may eventually work, it may never work again, who can say? Each will attempt to enter the keep via a separate route, dispatching any Imperial forces that attempt to bar their path. Even should one meet with misfortune, the other will reach Yatsuyu. Agreed? Nod. Then let us be about it. For Doma. Doma Castle, now accessible. NPC party support will be added in a later future update. More or less, yeah. I can only imagine the chaos inside the castle, to be trapped by the rising waters and know the enemy is at their gates. They will fight us with every ounce of their strength, as will we them, for the eyes of history are upon us. When I led the Doman refugees to Eorzea, I did so with the intention of seeking sanctuary. The thought of enlisting you and yours to aid us in another rebellion did not once cross my mind. Yet here we stand, shoulder to shoulder, ready to strike at the heart of the occupation. It has been and ever will be an honor, Sucro. To see the castle thus defaced and by our own hands, it's enough to make me smile, to laugh at the sheer absurdity of it. This is not the end, but it is an ending. Soon I will be free. What are you waiting for? Come, before the river swallows all. Time to raid our own castle because it's being occupied by the enemy with the help of friends who I love. Hooray! Wait a minute, I just found a funny. I can clip through the stairs slightly if I, with the landing in water animation. Oop. It doesn't accomplish anything, but it is kind of funny. Oop. Oop. I guess I also sort of clip through the stairs normally anyway. When swimming. Hooray! Sucro lives. Sucro has 50 carrot pudding in her inventory. But I have to get rid of the rest of the burgers that I have first. Food buffs and MMOs are always kind of weird. Yeah, I looked up what the recommended tank food is at this point in the game, and it seems to be carrot pudding. And so, I bought carrot pudding with some of my money. That's not a castle, that is a castle. I remember being a little disappointed that this dungeon did not have a Final Fantasy VI music in it, but also the music is pretty good. So, yeah, might as well have endgame food now, I guess, why not? I'm the only person whose portrait successfully worked. It sure does, doesn't it? Oh, I cannot proceed past this point. Fair enough. Oh, I have Shake It Off at this point, huh? Alright. I just never noticed acquiring it is all. Alright, first boss. Do I remember anything about Doma Castle? Not really. Magitech Rearguard. Here we go. Now that we are properly in a much fighting is happening zone, I hope the audio is fine. Eternally worried about the audio, that's me. Audio's good, okay. I'm guessing that these mines... Actually, I don't know what these mines are going to do. I'm guessing don't hit the mines. Well, hooray. I'm gonna go ahead and roll need on fending stuff, even though it's probably not as good as what I'm wearing. That's correct. It might be glamour, yeah. Or it's seals. Whoop. Oh, dogs from Final Fantasy VI are here. And funny turret. Whoop. It's fine. Just gonna keep on... You know what, maybe I should. There are times when I think maybe it's not the best time for a giant pole, because there are turrets. It probably would be fine. but you know. Now it's fine, maybe. I feel like sometimes my tanking decisions are fairly arbitrary and might be confusing for people. Okay. So this was like the last room before the... Keep going? Oh, I guess the healer told me to keep going a little earlier. Probably. If they mean right now, I don't see a route forward, so... There we are. Ah. Magitech Hexadrome. Fair enough. The boss always dies right when I use Berserk and have like 3 Fell Cleaves lined up. That's funny. That sounds pretty cool. It's always good to have experiences like that with tanking, I think. That's a fun part about the role. Oh, is this just a mini-boss? It's by itself? I guess so. Eorzean! Eorzean! Come out and play! Dearest of all my enemies, I have new toys to show you. Hello, hello. They're also here. Nod. This is fine. Hyper-tuned Grunawatt. I forgot you said that. But I guess it makes sense. Do I just, like, leave the chainsaw for that?
Together!
I feel like I should pull you back to the center, maybe, just in case.
Die! Die!
Yeah. It's fine.
Die! 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 Go together!
Bell cleave for the finishing move. Perfect. We go together to... Sucro has no opinion about this, really. Your level has been synced to 68. I guess I leveled up. And the person who was... and the random person in the party left before we could, before I could commend them. Thank you to my two lovely friends who I love. I love all of my friends. Friends are great. Yeah. It did seem like the random person really wanted to leave. Yes, Isa, you are my friend.
We go together.
Hooray! Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, he did tell me to keep going after one pull. Or like when I stopped in the middle. Anyway.
Have you aught to say for yourself? For what you have done to our people? Your people?
Chainsaw swords are always kind of neat.
My people, he says. The precious lordling beloved by all come to confront the wicked witch. My parents taught me no better. They worked me from dawn to dusk like an ox or an ass or some other beast of burden. Until, that is, my brother spied a chance to transform the family fortunes. And so I was married to a vicious old drunk, who beat me as he pleased. And when I pleaded for help, I was told to grin and bear it. For the family, for him, for everyone's sake. They pretended not to notice, but they knew. They knew! What did it matter? I was nothing to them. Less than nothing. I wasn't of their flesh. I wasn't a fellow Domon. I wasn't even a person! I might just as well have been dead! And then my husband passed away one day. And so I was sold off yet again to pay his debts. But this time, I found a way to live for myself. To survive. As a spy for the Empire.
Yeah, kinda. A little bit.
Oh, those were the
yeah,
days.
Exactly.
When the scales first fell from my eyes. No longer would I be a slave to my parents or my husband or the pleasure house. I would be free and receive due compensation.
Thank you for explaining your entire tragic backstory right as we encounter you and you're about to maybe die. I guess.
That would be enough, I thought. Until I saw a doorman in the road. Beaten and broken. And my heart skipped a beat.
Oh dear.
Lying at my feet. Groaning in agony. Sobbing in despair. Powerless, helpless, hopeless. A vision forever seared into my soul.
Motive not cool anymore. Motive was a little bit like reasonable a second ago, but you're a little bit late, I would say.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
there was nothing I would not do to feel that joy again. To bend this cruel, twisted world to my whims.
I hate Yatsuyu.
Now, having borne witness to my life's work, have you aught to say to me?
No, kill.
'Twas kind of you to lend me your ear, my lord. But now it is time for us to conclude our little tete-a-tete with a final game of chance.
Yeah.
Who shall stand, and who shall fall? Let the die be cast.
What's that? Did you say the word die? Stab.
This was her plan from the first, to bring the keep down on our heads.
I think we still have time for the stabbing. Of course. Good.
I will remember your words. We must flee. Order our forces to withdraw.
Nod. Yeah, this is a little like an FF6 moment, I guess.
Go, my lord! While you still can! I cannot hold it forever!
No! We will not leave you behind!
We have little choice,
Do your
unfortunately.
duty! Deliver Lord Hien and the others to safety! Now! Forthwith! I shall manage on my own!
God damn it.
Gosetsu!
No. No one leaves. Not you or anyone else.
That's a scary face. Jeez. Still holding up the ceiling, despite being shot like 3 or 4 times.
'Tis naught this old frame cannot bear. Go now, all of you! The day is won, and the morrow beckons.
Thank you.
Nay, thank you for granting me new purpose and a measure of peace.
They've been foreshadowing that Gosetsu would do a sacrifice for a while. Just so you know.
Gosetsu.
What? No, 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 no. Wrong button. No skipping the cutscene. Yeesh. But yeah,
You
they've
never failed us.
they've been
Not once.
foreshadowing this.
You served my father faithfully, and I'm a better man for your guidance.
Fortunately, talking is a free action, as we all know.
And the doma we built together shall be better for it too. Be proud, my friend. Be proud.
I am, Shun. More than you know.
Yeah. Despite Yatsuyu existing, this is still a good scene. Sorry, Yugiri, we have to leave. You get no sympathy from me, Yatsuyu.
You.
I fight for my friends, etc.
Gambling was never my vice.
Yeah.
How merciful the gods that I should find you in time. Kosetsu? We must turn back now before it is too late.
It's already too late, sorry.
Eyes forward, Cyrano. That was his wish.
I will deliver you to safety. The others are waiting.
Despite Yatsuyu, parts of that scene were still good. I said a second ago that it was a good scene. I'll clarify to parts of that scene were good. Yatsuyu is my least favorite character in all of Final Fantasy, possibly. In the words of Mega Man from Mega Man Sprite Game, with a pronoun changed slightly, I am honestly glad she is dead. Anyway.
To the stars. So mediocre. A black square? What by the gods? The king's champion.
Destroy!
Perfect. I mean, I guess I was kind of the king's champion. I really like the way that Callie says, a black square? And now for my own sake. The only thing she's good at is go away. That's correct. Thank you.
Liberation.
Not exactly the Super Nintendo Ogre Battle voice of Liberation, but I'll take it. And on that note, I will be right back. Hold on. You didn't redeem the dab, but I will acquiesce to this request. Now I will be right back.
So, anybody here sit in any good boxes recently? Oh, that's an idea. I should get one for myself. It should help with my multi-thread processor, ha ha ha.
Hello. I have returned, and I am thinking about Mega Man Sprite Game now because I said a Mega Man Sprite Game line, and then I got a Mega Man Sprite Game line in response, which I appreciate. So now I'm thinking about other Mega Man Sprite Game quotes, such as, "That's the last straw. Actually, no, it's not. I have more at home, and they come in 4 colors. Wow." Or whatever that line was. It was similar to that. Anyway, hello. Welcome to video game. It seems to be raining. This isn't rain, it's the collective tears of everyone for Gosetsu's noble sacrifice. Dot dot dot. He was right. The day is won. The people must know. Sniffle. What happened in there? Where's Gosetsu? Tell me it was not for nothing. Victory is ours, is it not? Then why are you all so quiet? I see. Thank you. The occupation is ended, then, and the people must be informed of our victory. But I will not simply give up Gosetsu for lost. Before aught else, we must needs search the ruins. Allow me, my friends. The castle is still collapsing into the river and could easily drag you to your deaths. I can navigate the waters easily, without fear of drowning. Be reasonable, brother. You know he's right. Nod. Sucro, a word, if I may. My lord withdraws into himself, unable to turn his thoughts from the keep. He needs us now more than ever. My friends, I am returned. I swam as far into the ruins as I could. And, did you find him? Nay, lady, naught remained of the keep for me to search. Undermined from below and shaken from above, the manner of its collapse was most unusual. If the floor beneath him gave way before the rest, it's not impossible that he could have been sent tumbling into the river. But the water is thick with silt and debris. Despite my best efforts, I could not find him. I'm sorry. There is naught for which you should apologize. Thank you, Soroban, for taking it upon yourself to search. The castle is in ruins, and the people are eager to learn the fate of their nation. We leave at once. Are you sure, my lord? The day is won and the morrow beckons. It falls to us to greet it. I'm going down to the docks to see if I can't get one of the Confederate ships to take us to the Enclave. Mayhap we should tell the others at the House of the Fierce to gather there. Nod. Magnai and Seidu know naught of what happened in the castle. I will go and tell them. They fought valiantly and with honor, Serena. I pray you tell them that as well. Nod. You too, my friend, were instrumental in this triumph. I must insist that you be present when we bring these tidings to my people. Nod. Nod. I have a teleport offer to Rauger's Reach. Our Confederate allies have already set about ferrying the others to the Doma Enclave. By the time we arrive, all should be present and waiting. I wish I knew what to say, but I've never had my brother's way with words. It's what he would have wanted? I'm sorry, this is not helping. My brothers of the blue have called for me, but we shall speak again soon. I cannot accompany you to the Enclave. Magnai and Seidu will expect me to deliver the news of our victory to them in person. You have witnessed the destruction wrought by the Empire, but nowhere is it more apparent than the Enclave. Would that you could have seen it as it was. So hey, how's everyone doing? How do we feel about Warrior Sucro while we're here? Now that we've seen a dungeon with Sucro as a warrior. Sucro have axe? That's true. Sucro is always good. It seems Tansui was on his way as soon as he saw you flee the keep. I don't know how this works with her backstory, but maybe. You've never actually been to the Enclave, have you? It was a lively place before Xenos sent his troops. You all look like shite. The captain thought you might need a ride to the Enclave. Ready to come aboard? Let's go. On you go then, sit wherever you like. I don't know what happened in there, but it's over. You won. That's cause enough for celebration, and those people you're about to see need something to celebrate. The other question regarding Warrior Sucro is how does this compare to Paladin Sucro?
We brought everyone here. You were the last to arrive.
Does one make more sense or seem more fitting than the other?
I see. Thank you. We owe the Confederacy a great debt.
I see.
I have waited 25 years for this moment. You owe us naught.
Is the reason you think Paladin fits a bit more because of all the lore I thought of?
Look! It's Lord Hien!
I don't think Sucro would actually be angry, so I think her version of warrior is probably also different. I'm not sure if she's low energy or not. She's pretty chill though, I guess, most of the time. I don't know.
It's him! He lives! He lives!
Some few words of encouragement would not go amiss, my lord.
That's true. Chill is similar to low energy. And also kind of is low energy. I don't think they're exactly the same, maybe.
Right. Yes, of course.
Hien, you're usually great at speeches. Off you trot then. You're their lord, remember? Stand tall, or... Is my delivery monotone? I don't know. I want to see what happens if I say, well, if you won't say something, I will.
Hearing you say that, I find my courage somehow renewed. Much obliged.
Yeah. I get Hien's like, what, you would speak? That's unusual. Just walks past all of them. Okay, everyone turning around to bow in the other direction is slightly funny. It's true, she is.
We are a sorry lot, are we not? Tired, dirty, stinking of blood and sweat and ash. The people pushed to the point of breaking.
I will say that, like, what I've gleaned from the warrior quests that I've done so far is that warriors' rage is also a thing that is powered by the drive to protect others. So warrior is also a protector in a sense. The whole warrior process of conquering the inner beast, as they put it, is just like... it involves a resolve to protect other people. That's how you don't lose control of the rage. Also, side note, the Stormblood warrior questline, which I mentioned briefly before, deals with a Aura from the Azim Steppe. From the, I think it's like the Ketir is the name of the tribe or something like that.
That is how I use my own inner beast.
I see. I don't know what that means coming from Callie, but that's fine. Well, I think, like, Ketir or something is the name of the tribe, and they have a belief that, like, their interpretation of the inner beast is different, which is interesting. They believe it to be like some sort of, I guess, divine being, I think, called Karash. Like the will of Karash overtakes you, is what they call it. There's a lot of silliness, but there's also a lot of, like, more serious, interesting stuff for sure. And they see this as a curse and banish you if you're overtaken by the will of Karash. And there's also like a tribe of these outcasts that is not actually one of the tribes mentioned in like the naming conventions page. I forget what they're called, but it starts with the CH, I think. And apparently they're a tribe of the outcasts from the first tribe, except they just like revel in the will of Karash and use it as an excuse to do all sorts of evil and like bad unhinged stuff. So that's not good. So the Aura in question was briefly part of that tribe before she was disgusted by their ways and left to attempt to find a way to control the will of Karash, so she could return to her people and say that this was a blessing and not a curse that granted you strength if you were able to overcome it, and so on. It's pretty interesting, despite like the initial comedy setup framing that exists. Not to like prevent Hian from giving a speech forever, but also another interesting thing that I've thought of that's not really talked about in the game as much, like in the same, it's not talked about in the context of a warrior, but the ancient civilization of Nim and the Royal Nimian Marines, the Royal Nimian Marines were known to be composed of scholars and marauders. And I had the thought, the rancor of the Tonberries, which is what the people of Nim were cursed to become, is not entirely dissimilar from the rage or the will of Karash, so I wonder if that is somehow related. Like, maybe that could be controlled. Maybe that's not an aspect of the Tonberry disease specifically, but it was also like the Tonberry disease did something with the warrior's inner beast, or whatever you would call it in whatever culture. That's just an interesting thought that I had. Also, another thing about the Rancor, if you believe the Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 2, is I think like the Tonberry King spread the Rancor to the rest of his subjects or something like that, which sounds to me not unlike a primal tempering people. So that's another interesting way to look at that. Like maybe the Tonberry King embodied some sort of primal of anger. Who knows? They don't go into a great deal of depth on the Tonberry lore, I think. I haven't done all the Scholar quests yet. I should do more of those. But yeah, those are just some interesting warrior-related thoughts about, or warrior and like magical anger-related thoughts. Tonberries have been a summon before in the series as well. But I wonder if the Rancor of the Tonberries is in any way connected to either primals or the warrior's inner beast. Just some interesting thoughts for everyone. Now let's actually, like, listen to Hien's speech. They were definitely getting better
we won.
At the subtle facial animations in this game, in the cutscenes and stuff.
The perseverance to endure decades of oppression. The will to carry on the legacy of those we have lost. These were the bonds that held us together and gave us the strength to reclaim our home. After 25 hard years, the shadow of the Empire no longer darkens these lands, and we may at last look forward to the dawning of a new day. But, my friends, it will be a day of work. So I ask you, have you yet the strength to stand? To rise up with me once more, here and now, and begin to rebuild our homeland?
Everyone suddenly springs to their feet to cheer. Hell yeah.
This will not end with Doma. We will see to that, right, Lise?
It's always interesting to hear the lore of other people's characters, I think. I would say that another reason that Warrior could potentially work for Sucro, or there's a couple of other reasons. Like I mentioned the Royal Nimian Marines, and I've established that Sucro is both very interested in like ancient civilizations and history, and also that she has studied Arcanima. So there's a natural like connection there in the game's existing lore. And also, like, as someone who grew up on a farm, any sort of forestry work seems like it'd be plausible for her to have, like, worked in forestry-related stuff or, like, done tree cutting or whatever. So, like, she's probably used an axe at some point for, like, farm work and whatnot. So those are just a few reasons that Warrior could potentially work.
Right.
Indeed, this is but the beginning. The tide is turning, and it shall soon bear us back across the seas and onward and to the next battlefield.
That's also valid. Hey, this is an instance that you can exist in, by the way. In case you're like, wow, this is a large map with nothing in it, there is a side quest, side objective of sorts. And the side objective slash quest is to repair the Doman Enclave, which sort of explains the size of it. The most cryptid map in the game? What do you mean? It's you, the woman who came to set us free. Of course, you must have had a hand in this. My thanks to you. Kami, take me. I never believed this day would come. I'm sorry I doubted you before, my friend. 25 years. If only you were here to see it. Mother, father, I understand now. I do. Why are you crying, brother? Isn't today a good day? Ah. It was a year ago my Lord Kayan died, and with him the dream of Doma. Never again would we be free, I thought. Miserable old fool that I am. But Doma lives! Doma rises! Doma will stand tall again. Till the end of my days will I labor to make it so. I want to shout and scream until my throat is hoarse. I want my fallen brothers and sisters to know that it was not in vain. Ah, interesting. It was not for naught. It was not for naught. Is there anything weird or interesting we can find in this version of the Doman Enclave map? Probably not a lot going on here. Rubble, ruins, campfires, arrows and whatnot. I think the Doman Enclave quest chain is not likely to be something that I cover on the stream, though I might cover the quest chain that leads to unlocking the restoration effort. There should be a funny secret over here, but there's not. I would put a funny secret over there. Probably not, because that wouldn't really fit the tone of the map. But I just like finding weird places that you can go that have nothing. Like over here. I also like listening to the remix of Science theme. Or the Doma theme from Final Fantasy VI, which is also used as Science theme. It's a good theme. Another thought that I had, related to the discussion of warrior or paladin and Sucro's job and all that stuff. If I hit level 70 warrior on stream, that'll unlock the final warrior quest for Stormblood. But there's no context on stream of any of the previous Marauder of Warrior or warrior quests. So I feel like I probably should not do that one on stream. Though there's also part of me that thinks maybe it would be funny to present the final warrior quest from Stormblood without any context whatsoever. Honored hero, you seek passage across the One River? I guess I do. Now I am over here. Oh, Ian is not with you? No matter. The sun and moon were not fated to share the same sky. Oh, will you will not be staying in the Enclave? Rest well, Karma. Thanks for stopping by and helping out. I'm glad we could be a part of it, that we could see with our own eyes that things can change if people have the courage to stand up and fight. We journeyed here from the opposite side of the world, but until now it didn't seem half as far. I think that means our work here is done. Are you quite certain you'd not prefer to stay a while longer? There are sure to be festivities at which you would be the guest of honor, like as not. Shake head. Very well. There are other ways in which we might celebrate, by rejoining the fight for freedom in Garabania, for one. Short though our time here has been, we have all come to regard this land and her people as our own, I think. But we have done that which we came here to do. Word of Doma's liberation will soon spread through the Empire, and we must seize this opportunity to rekindle the fires of liberation in the West. Nod. We dare not allow the Imperials a moment's respite, lest they march on Doma again. For the sake of all concerned, we should leave immediately. Nod. Did I hear you right? You're leaving? Nod. I'm afraid so. We've got our own battle to fight. What about you? Will you be heading back to the steppe? Yes, the war here is ended, and there's no cause to remain. The Orinir and Dotharil have already withdrawn. I will follow them anon, but I wish to bid you farewell first. The Blue, too, must return to their homes, but we will be back. Doma has need of merchants and builders, and we are eager to offer our services. And just like that, our Grand Fellowship is broken. Without ceremony or pomp, you steal off into the dark. No matter, we have plenty to be getting on with, places to be, people to rob, and so on. And the captor never was one for mingling. I am a pirate. Give me a song at the tavern and I will be happy. Hobnobbing with Lord Hien? Nay. No taste for the finer things. In any event, we need not part ways here. If you are for Kugane, we would be happy to take you. Her waters have always been fruitful. Nod. I wish you well on your journey, my friends. May you ever walk in crimson. Thank you, Serena, for everything. May the Kami speed you on your way until we meet again. Various waving and bowing. We've said our goodbyes, though it be with heavy hearts, let us board the boat and begin our long journey home. I'm glad we could be a part of it. Same line. Same line. This is a side quest that also, I believe, leads to the Namazu questline. Didn't even think to tell Lord Hien you were leaving. Well, I'm sure you had your reasons. I talked to him a little bit. Naught remains undone? You're ready to depart? To Kugane, then. And so they did. It's a rare thing for us to sail into Kugane like common traders. I don't rightly recall the last time, but it will have been years. I can still hear his voice. My ears haven't stopped ringing since he first barged his way into the Rising Stones, a veritable force of nature. It's just as colorful as I remember. In a way, this too feels like a homecoming. How long has it been since Carvalane brought us here? Not too long. Have everything? Good. We will need to weigh anchor before the Sekisegumi arrive. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for what you did. Give my regards to the Uldan. Do not worry, we will be safely away before the Sekisegumi arrive. I informed Tataru of our coming. She and Hancock should be waiting for us in the Ruby Bazaar. And it is here we part ways. Best of luck to you and yours in your piratical endeavors, I suppose. Do come and visit us again. It would be a shame if we never got to see you in the Little Miss again. How's my equipment? Well, as a warrior, I have level 68 stuff right now. I have, as you can see from my paladin gear set level, I have stuff that is definitely good enough for the rest of Stormblood. That will become unlocked once I get to 70 as warrior, if I choose to stay as warrior. Or I'll switch back to paladin for a bit. But yeah, definitely good to go on the equipment front. My armory chest is like primarily composed of random fending gear that my retainers have brought me that will cover levels like 70 through 90, at least somewhat. So there's also that, and I've also got a bunch of random fending gear in storage that also will cover those levels, so that should help out, I would think. I might have to go and sort through that a bit more once I start leveling up more. Whoop. But as of right now, not terribly concerned about equipment, I would say. This was not actually the nearest etherite, I think, but that's fine. I remember when they didn't have the etherite map when you were picking a travel destination. I don't think I should need that, but thank you for the offer, for sure. I think I should be good on equipment. Welcome back, everyone, and congratulations on a job well done. It's a pleasure as ever to see your smiling face, Totaro. Less so yours, Hancock, though Rasho and I are sincerely grateful for your assistance. I'm glad that Alphino immediately dunks on Hancock a little bit, just because he can. Thank you, Alphino. The pleasure was all mine, Master Alphino, I assure you. Anyway, you'll be glad to hear that I've already chartered passage for you back to Limsa Lominsa. The ship is to leave port this very day, but the captain has agreed to wait until the four of you have boarded. The four of us? You mean to stay here in Kugane? Yes, I gave it some thought and realized that even with Doma free, there's still a need for a woman in the middle. Maybe even more than before, considering all the friends and alliances you made. As I told her many times before, I'd be more than willing to assist you. And as I told you many times before, I'm not about to let you worm your way into our affairs and exploit our connections for your personal gain. Must you always presume the worst? Everyone's dunking on this man. So there you have it. I will remain here for now. You needn't worry. I'm a regular at the hostelry and a half dozen other local institutions. Everyone loves me. Nod. So go, go! Don't let me keep you. Buy your supplies and souvenirs while you still can. When you've finished, make haste to the docks. Pier number 2, to be precise. I'll be waiting for you there. Tataru was very powerful. I think I got another free company invite in the middle of a cutscene, as is always the case. Indeed, I have. Alright, this is not the first time I've been invited into this one. Am I allowed to, like, look at free company invites on camera? If you have a passion for cars, or you are a proud owner of one, the place to be is Cars and Coffee. I feel like it's fair to, like... If they're just gonna keep sending me company invites, I can, like, point at their company invite and be like, hey, look at this. I think that's legal. I cannot deny that the thought of leaving here alone worries me, but she's proven time and time again she's far more clever than she appears. Besides, I do not think I could persuade her to change her mind. Mayhap I should take her advice and purchase a souvenir or two before leaving. Personally, I'd preferred to host you for a few days, but Tataru was adamant that you return on the first available ship. One could almost suspect she's eager to be rid of you. Idle musings, not more. Purely hypothetical, and most assuredly incorrect. She wants only the best for her dear friends, and is surely not motivated by hidden desires to go gallivanting about with her Hingan paramours. It could be, like, both of those things, I'm sure. I don't know, it's not my business, it's Tataru's business. First to arrive as always. Hopefully the others will not be far behind. I think there's been plenty of times when Sucro has arrived later than the first person to arrive.
Ah, there you are. All packed and ready to go?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. Apologies for the wait. The task of tying up loose ends invariably takes longer than one allows. Happily, however, all now seems to be in order.
Then there's nothing left to do but to board the ship. Do try and enjoy the journey, won't you? It may be your last chance to rest for a while.
That's true.
That would depend on the good captain's choice of route.
That's also true, given what happened last
As ever,
time.
Tataru, I pray you take all due precautions while making your inquiries. Better to avoid the local authorities altogether than risk a repeat of our Ishgardian episode.
And what sordid episode is this, pray tell?
Not to speak of, I assure you.
You there! Hold that ship!
Ian?
What are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be in Doma?
Tataru is good, yes, by the way. I agree with this statement.
Shouldn't you? You left with nary a word. I half wondered if I had done something to offend.
Upon learning that you had departed for Kugane, we immediately resolved to give chase. Our comrades can manage affairs in our absence, and it seemed the least we could do.
You mean you came all this way just to say goodbye?
That too, aye. But there was something else I felt I had.
I have to
say.
give another cool speech.
You helped us win our freedom, and for that I cannot thank you enough.
Look, he input a lot of his points into speechcraft or whatever, so he's gonna use it.
Accordingly, after we have established an interim government and so forth, I think it only meet that we repay the favor by dispatching our own forces to Eorzea. If you would have us.
We harbored no expectations of such generous aid. And as there is no telling when the Empire might strike back at you, would it not be wiser to concentrate your resources on the defense of Doma?
Samurai do have a few charisma-based bonuses, but I think they're not really the charisma fighter subclass. Which I think would be the Banneret, if I'm remembering correctly. Of course, all of this could change in D&D Next or whatever the heck. I don't know. If D&D doesn't implode on itself further, like it's been doing lately. Or rather, Hasbro doesn't explode, etc. Anyway.
I had a mind to pursue a more aggressive defense, to which we will send forth shinobi to provinces far and wide to spread word of our victory, that we might inspire others to take up arms as we did. Even the Empire has its limits. If the Garleans cannot be certain where and when the next rebellion will take place, how can they commit another force to Doma? And besides, so long as this debt remains unpaid, how am I to face myself and Gorsetzer?
As you wish. I will relay your offer to the Eorzean Alliance.
Nod.
All of Doma is counting on you to finish what we have started. You have it in you, Lise. To seize the future you want. Never forget.
I won't, Hien. Not your words or anything else. Everything that led us here, that will drive us forward, I'll carry it with me always. And that's a promise.
I will hold you to that. Go with them to Eorzea. Tell their people of our triumph and of our pledge to stand with them.
By your leave, I shall pave the way for our new alliance.
Hurry up, you lot! What? The ship's about to weigh anchor.
It seems our time is at an end. Go well, my friends, and may we meet again beneath a western sky.
Time for boat. Wouldn't it be really funny if they just made you do Siren Song C again at this point, like completely unchanged? I'd laugh. It wouldn't be good game design, but it'd be funny. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo. Yeah, maybe. Time for Xenos to be mad about Doma. Or whatever.
I always knew that woman was unfit for command.
Aye, when you think of all the resources we've poured into that hole, and for what?
I choose this sword. Okay. But why though? What'd that guy do? Was he the messenger?
The beast yet lives. Mayhap it is time I sharpen my claws. I wonder, will you walk into my parlor once more?
For Dolorem Lupus, come at the command of the Lord Viceroy to present the prisoner taken by the Cranie Lupi.
Oh shit. What? I forgot about that.
Xenos ye Galvus, I presume.
Hey, Kryl.
It's true what they say. You do have the eyes of a monster. A ravenous, insatiable fiend.
You, give the butcher your weapon.
Yes, my lord.
More like Xenos Boo Galvus. Yeah.
My lord, this is...
A reward given in recognition of your service. I trust it will prove more capable than its former owner.
Have a gun sword.
I swear, I'll not disappoint you, my lord.
She already had a regular sword, but now her sword is also a gun.
Good. Now, silence that mewling little piglet. I would not hear another sound pass her lips. Until I strip the fat from her.
I don't like your choice of metaphor. It's possible. Feels like a lifetime ago that we left for Kugane, doesn't it? Compared to Kugane's vivid colors, Limsa Lominsa seems a bit lacking. Still beautiful in its own way, but not as much as before. We should inform the Admiral of our arrival and brief her on that which took place in Doma before leaving the city. I think you might be onto something, Isa. Back in Eorzea at last, ready to pick up where we left off and finish the fight. We're not who we were when we left, we're stronger and wiser. So let's do it. Let's go back to Alamigo and defeat Xenos once and for all. Achievement unlocked. Catch me if you can. I don't know why it's called that. The Returned. Okay. We've been away for far too long, but finally we're going to make things right. Here we are, home at last. I must say the journey passed more quickly than I'd expected. That would be due to the absence of otherworldly interference, I expect. Surprise. I should be glad if we did not speak of that unpleasantness again. Alphino dislikes ghosts. This is apparently funny. Ahem, in spite of all that and more, we returned better for the experience, and more importantly, triumphant. Indeed, and with Doma freed of Imperial oppression, it's only right that we turn our thoughts to the plight of Alamigo. Well, I'm all for that, obviously, but I think you should go and see the refugees at Revenant's Toll before doing anything else. They'll be thrilled to hear what we've accomplished, and it'd sound best coming from you. Thank you. I shall do as you suggest. I see I'm not too late. Admiral, what are you doing here? The East Aldenar Trading Company informed me of your impending arrival. I have tidings I thought best to share with you in person. From Girabanya. Aye, the Alliance still holds the wall despite several Imperial counterattacks, but we've been unable to press further into occupied territory. Commander Kemp and his men, meanwhile, have made great strides towards rebuilding their depleted ranks. They've even taken it upon themselves to attempt some few operations, with mixed results, I'm sorry to say. It was a complication arising from one such venture which moved me to seek you out. Questioning head tilt. During a mission to transport wounded resistance fighters to the Rising Stones, Kryl Baldessian was taken prisoner. Kryl? Do they know where she's being held? They do not, but your comrades were informed at once, and I'm told Thancred is in Girabanya looking for her as we speak. How could this have happened? We must seek out Thancred without delay. Nay, Kryl taught me better than that. It would be unwise to act without first acquiring a full understanding of the situation. Nod. Thank you for informing us. Tired though we may be, we must make haste to Castrum Oriens. Pray excuse us, Admiral, Lady Yugiri. Bow. Oh. It's Limsa, so let's get the heck out of here as soon as possible. Luckily, we can... No, I have to... There we go. And so we left as soon as possible. Bye, Limsa. On this particular server, I think Limsa is... Stranger might be the correct word. I'm sorry, Sucro, it's all my fault. I somehow doubt that. It's kind of weird, by the way, to not voice act everybody. I'm so used to voice acting like Thancred or whatever a little bit, like slightly. But also, it's easier to not voice act everybody. I don't know about the state of Famfrit's shout chat, but Limsa is where everyone stands around being interesting more often than not. I'm using interesting in it as a very generous word to describe it. I wouldn't actually call it interesting. I would say, I don't know, never mind. There you are, you've heard the news? In broad strokes from Admiral Blafiswin, what happened? Kryl and a squadron of resistance fighters were escorting Ashtola and several other wounded to the Rising Stones for further treatment when they were ambushed by Imperial forces. Arenvald and his men fought valiantly, but in the chaos, I will make no excuses. We failed to protect her. Do not be so hard on yourself. You protected Y'shtola and the others, did you not? Tell us about the attack. It was the skulls. They knew a path across the wall we hadn't found. We thought we were safe once we reached the Black Shroud. We weren't expecting an ambush. During the fighting, I caught a glimpse of their leader's memories. It was all planned. I forgot that Arenvald had the Echo. The advantage of having a walker in the field. I'm not as strong in the Echo as Sucro is, of course. Half the time, it's enough to knock me on my arse, like I've taken a dose of concentrated ether. So you walked in Fordola's memories. What did you see? A woman promised the world education, training, citizenship, all that and more if she but sold her soul. A traitor to her people, a pretender to her masters. It was Xenos himself that gave the order, told her to return with Kryl Baldessian alive. Our agents have been carefully monitoring Imperial communications since the attack, but have yet to intercept any transmissions making reference to Kryl or her current whereabouts. If their orders were to bring Kryl back alive, we can save her if we move quickly enough. As you say, time is of the essence, which is why I intend to slip past enemy lines and see what information I can uncover on my own. In the meantime, it's up to you and our allies to command the Imperial's undivided attention. Lots of shouting and explosions and so forth. Keep them distracted and I will find her. Very well, I wish I could do more to aid you, but I understand. Commander Kemp is on his way to the castrum as we speak for a meeting with General Alden. If you hurry, you could find him on the road and discuss the situation beforehand. Nod. I think Sucro and I are going to go and see Conrad like he suggested. You all wait here. I've noticed that as we progress through Doma and get closer to liberating Giribania, Lise is like taking charge of situations a bit more and like asserting herself more in general. I don't have flight here. That makes sense. Making her own decisions and whatnot without being told what to do more often. It's good to see you again, though I wish it were under better circumstances. What can I say? Patience isn't one of my virtues. Well, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? It fills my heart with joy to see you two hale and healthy. Welcome home, Lise, Sucro. I'm sure you've heard about Kryl by now. That's why we're here. I'm still not sure what to think about it, but we'll save her. We'll definitely save her somehow. I have no doubt that you will. You look stronger for your time in the Far East, lass, and that's good news for Kryl. I'd like to think so, but enough about me. How's everything with you and the Resistance? Better than when you last saw us, and no mistake, Arenvald's been a godsend. Him and Minago and all the other young bloods have achieved so much in such a short time. We've been blessed to receive the support of the Flames Alamegan Brigade, who've been instrumental in freeing our countrymen from labor camps throughout Giribania, as well as some political prisoners from the city proper, believe it or not. Together with the refugees returning from Ul'dah and elsewhere, we've had no shortage of able-bodied men and women eager to join the cause. I knew you wouldn't stop fighting even after what happened at the Reach. Force of habit, I suppose. Though we've come a long way, we still have far to go. But we'll fight for every ilm, and sooner or later we'll get to Alamigo. Nod. But listen to me prattling on when we should be making haste to Castromorians. There's no point you telling me everything now when you only have to say it all again for the Flame General's benefit. You're right. I'll go on ahead and tell the others that you're not far off. Go on ahead, Sucro. We will not be far behind. Losing Kryl hit us hard. So many of us owe her our lives, which is why we owe it to her not to give up hope. We'll find her, I'm sure of it. Yes, yes. Aggro, if you must. Glad to have you with us again. You seem stronger than I remember. Hard though I find that to believe. One would almost think you'd spent the whole time fighting. Well done, by the way. You've spoken with Thancred, then? Good. Take heart. If anyone can track her down, it's him. I believe I hear Commander Kemp's party approaching. If you're ready to address Father and the others, let us be about it. I'm going to BRB for a second before this part. Whoops. Ah, I'm accidentally typing in the party chat. It's fine. Hello. And yeah, the Blue Fox Lady's mystery. I was just doodling randomly one day before a Chicory stream, and I doodled her without the color, and I put her on the stream. It was like, I don't know who this is, but she's here now. And then I colored her in and gave her a name at some point after that. I just kept calling her a mystery person because I didn't know who she was, so I just decided her name was Mystery. She's just here. She's neat. I think she's good. Hello. You are ready, yes? Then I pray you inform Father. I feel like this line of dialogue is there specifically to be like, so you're the sort of person who talks to everyone at every quest step, aren't you? Anyway. There you are, and there's Commander Kemp, I see. I know you're eager to speak of our next move, but we would first hear more of your last. Tell us of your deeds in Doma. Quest accepted. Tell Raban about your deeds in Doma, I guess. And so we did.
Pray, join me in welcoming our Scion allies, but recently returned from their mission to the Far East. We have been most eager to hear a first-hand account of your time there, eventful as we understand it was.
Side note, I fear that I may get addicted to Warrior's ability to heal itself and not want to be a different tank. Just thinking about it.
Very well. Allow me.
Though, of course, Paladin can cast Clemency. That's not quite the same. And they have other stuff that heals them, I think. But yeah, Warrior self-heals are good. And, like, reassuring and nice to have. And so, Alize explained everything.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price. Doma, free after all these years.
Bloody hells. Flooding their own castle for a better chance at victory. We could learn a thing or two from that lad.
I don't know if it's actually this quote-unquote easy to liberate, like, a kingdom or a location. Well, I guess it wasn't that easy. I guess we did do a lot, but it just seems sudden to be like, oh, it's free now. It feels like it's more like a process rather than something that suddenly happened. I don't know. But we did good in Doma.
Our agents report a flurry of communications between Garlemald and Alamigo in recent days. 'Tis plain they are in the midst of deliberating their response to the Doman uprising.
Good. Every Imperial unit in occupied territory will be on the lookout for civil unrest. The fear of leaving critical locations undefended will make commanders think twice about committing their forces, giving us a chance to seize the initiative.
We have a chance, aye. Mayhap the last one we're ever going to get. While we've done our best to rebuild the resistance, the Imperials have only increased their efforts to root out sympathizers. If we keep on playing for smaller prizes, it's only a matter of time before they crush us again. And that we won't come back from.
A swift advance seems best for all concerned, not least poor Mistress Kryl.
Then let us waste no more time. The campaign for Alamigan liberation begins now. Our first objective will be to capture Castellum Veladina. Take the bridge, and the whole of the fringes will be ours. From there, we can push east towards the peaks.
Veladina. This is the first time they've said it out loud. I kept saying, like, Veladina, I think. Veladina.
I name this operation Ralga's Beacon. For as Rolger once sent his star to guide our ancestors to these lands, so too shall it see us home.
Various cheering and nodding. Minago did the fist bump animation. Like, the half of it that occurs if you don't have another person also use it. The success of this operation is paramount. So long as the Empire holds Castellum Veladina, the main host cannot advance. Xenos knows this, which is why he's ordered Fordola and her men to see to the bridge's defense. So we'll get to fight the Skulls again. The Butcher is not to be underestimated. She's decisive, ruthless, and feared by foes and friends alike, but we have a plan to defeat her. First, we send an alliance force down the main road, signaling our intention to mount an all-out assault. The garrison will muster their forces and prepare for a protracted battle. However, they will soon find that we are ill-prepared for their counterattack. Our men will begin to break ranks and flee. I see. Show them your backs and give them a target too tempting to not pursue. Aye, Fordola is too aggressive to not press the advantage. She will order her men to give chase. We lure them as far as East End, where the commanders will rally their forces and attempt to hold their ground. If all goes to plan, we should be able to keep the greater part of their garrison occupied, leaving us to tackle the bridge's remaining defenders. Very clever, I'm sure. But what are we to do if the Imperials smell a rat and return before we've taken the place? I don't need you to take Veladina, Commander Kemp. All I need for you is to fly your flag from its tower. You mean to trick them into believing that the bridge has fallen? Aye, we convince them that Veladina is lost, hit them hard with our reinforcements, and watch them go running for the hills. Then, when the dust has settled, we regroup at the Castellum. What say you? It's a bold plan, but a good one. We'll do it. Various nodding, etc. In that case, we shall support both the Resistance and the Alliance forces. Sucro, Lys, Arenvald, I ask that you accompany Commander Kemp. Alize and I will remain with the Flame General. Nod. We will return to Ralger's Reach and make our preparations. As soon as they're complete, we will join you in the field. Godspeed. Nod. It's a bold plan, as Commander Kemp said. Wait, did they actually say that we're going to glamour the flag? Because they just said they needed to place the flag there. Hello. But because now that you mention it, I think they do glamour the flag. But I don't think they actually said that in that cutscene. If it takes 100 battles like this to rescue Kryl, then I'll fight in every one. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for this. It's going to be grand. Conrad wasn't kidding when he said they made a lot of progress while we were away.
I can't do this alone, even though I am strong. Need something more than me, someone to push me to victory. Let's see what we can do. Together, me and you. Can't be afraid to try, kiss your fears goodbye. No looking back, you and I, we're on the attack. Full speed ahead, running to the sunset. Such a different feeling, both of us believing we can make it better.
I don't know what those lyrics are, but I'm going to guess something from a Sonic video game. That would make sense to me. That's Pokemon? Oh. Wait. Well, I wouldn't know that still. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is the thing. In case you haven't noticed, the flag flying above Veladina is bloody massive. It'd take a dozen men to change it and far too long besides. But there's no need for all that, right, Monago? Ah, Sonic Forces. That was what it seemed like it probably was. Not so long as I have my griffin in a satchel of glamour prisms, no. There we are. Now they're talking about it. Arenvald, you're in charge of the runners between us and the Alliance. No link pearls. Lise, I want you to look in on the squadrons. Make sure they've got everything they need. Everybody clear? Various determined emotes. Aye, sir. All forces are to depart for Castellum Corvi when ready. That will be all. Sucro, stay with me a moment if you would. Ah, it's fist bump. Right. Stay with me a moment if you would.
Together we
Forgot
can
the
show the
text-to-speech
world what we
redeem.
can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you, pushing on through until the battle's won. No one's gonna give a thing to us. Into each other we put our trust, standing united, after the fight. All alone, we will never be. The two of us are holding the key. We see, today, a world we couldn't see. Before I say goodbye to you, one more last fist bump.
That song seems thematically appropriate for what's happening in the video game right now. There's a few men I'd like you to look in on personally. Each of them has lost people, and I can tell that it weighs on their hearts. Nod. There have been a lot of new faces since last you were here, so it's best if I just tell you where to look. One's an officer you'll find in the barber, another's an old fellow who likes to pass the time on the shore of Starfall. The last is a fiery young lad from Little Alamigo, who I'm told trains by himself in the river to the fringes. You'll know them when you see them. Come and find me when you've finished. Well, I mean, that particular song seems fitting for what's happening. Perhaps there is a Sonic theme for every occasion, but there's definitely occasions when certain ones would not be fitting, I would say. Like, for example, Big the Cat's theme song. Probably not the most fitting song for right this moment. Someone's going to immediately text and speech redeem that now that I've said it or something, probably. This is the danger of putting the funny buttons into place.
Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow.
That's not Big the Cat's theme song, but it should be. Can you imagine just like Sonic Adventure 2, except everyone is replaced with Big the Cat in the intro? That might exist somewhere.
Big the Cat's theme song.
Close enough. I'll take it. Big the Cat does have a theme song, right? Yeah. Wait, I know you. Wait, I know you. Captain Funk of the Twin Adder. It's an honor to meet you. I was living hand-to-mouth in Ul'dah, but decided to enlist in the Flames after I heard tales of your daring do. And now, as fate would have it, I've been sent here to join in the fight for my homeland's liberation. But this is no time to talk. I've got to prepare for the operation. Take care, Captain. We'll give those Imperial Whoresons what for. I wonder, like, what is the lowest Grand Company rank you can possibly have at this point? How much of it do they make you progress through? Could you be at the first one still? And people would address you with the same sort of respect as if you were... Like, I don't know if the captain rank existed at this point in the game either. So they must just have the dialogue set to be like, insert Grand Company rank, insert last name. Because Captain definitely didn't exist when Stormblood released. That was after Stormblood, I'm pretty sure. I say, if it isn't the lass who helped me find the ward I misplaced. Oh yeah. Ah, but there I go again, treating you as an equal. It wasn't until after you'd gone that one of my comrades pulled me aside and told me it was only the bleeding hero of Eorzea who'd taken time out of her busy day to help me. Well, what's done is done, but know that I will fight with every ounce of my strength in this coming battle, and the next and the next. Mayhap that will serve to repay the favor. Fare you well. Squadrons aren't too bad. The worst part about the squadrons mechanic is that it doesn't have any purpose anymore once you pass a certain point. Especially now with like duty support existing. The only purpose of squadrons is really to have NPCs in dungeons that you can't use duty support in. And maybe something else, I don't really know. I think it has more purpose than that, but it's more effort than I care to put into it. Sucro, am I right? I doubt you remember me, but I'll never forget you. Saved my life in Little Alamigo, you did. Wilrid and the rest of us had got it into our heads that if we had enough crystals, we could summon Rhalgr like the Amal-Jah summoned their god. Thankfully, you put a stop to it. Ever hear about what happened to Wilrid? Joined the Braves when they came calling, only to turn up dead one day. Never found out how or why, but I reckon it doesn't matter. Dead's dead, after all. But at least he died doing what he thought was right, and maybe that's the best that folks like us can hope for, eh? Not that I'm in any hurry, mind. Alright then, bye. By the way, nobody has used minion roulette this stream. I feel like that feature is a lot less used than I had expected it to maybe be. Not to be like, hey everybody, push the funny channel point redeem. Do it now. Just thinking about it. I mean, there it is because I mentioned it. So, oh, it's Forgiven Hate. Cube 2. Don't worry about what this means. Don't worry about the name of this creature. It's fine. Eventually we'll learn about Forgiven Hate, perhaps. The squadron's AI isn't good?
To the stars.
Oh.
Shoot the medic first. Alone without companions. With my alien.
Destroy!
Well then. Yeah, it does have little legs, I guess. Strange creature. I might rotate what is in the minion favorites every now and again, but this is a cube. That much we know for sure. You've had a word with the men I mentioned, then? Nod. As I'm sure you've noticed, they have another thing in common aside from tragedy. You've touched each of their lives in one way or another. But that's not the reason I wanted you to speak with them. A man who's lived in Girabanya his entire life, who bore witness to the realities of the occupation for 20 unbroken years. A man who fled Alamigo in search of a new life, who swore to serve another nation, only for fate to conspire to send him back here. A youth born on foreign soil, who never knew his parents' homeland, yet nevertheless felt kinship with our cause. 3 men, 3 stories, 3 reasons. It all belonged to the Resistance. In growing larger, we've grown more diverse, and while there's good in that, there's also the potential for strife and discord. It'd take a special sort to lead such men to Alamigo, don't you think? Good thing they've got you. Someone like Lise, you mean? Or Leader of the Resistance, eh? Don't I have enough titles already? Good thing they've got you. For now, aye, but not forever, and to be frank, I don't always know what to say to the ones who left, not to mention the youths. Nay, the Resistance needs a leader with a wider view, someone who's not lived their whole life in Girabanya, who's known death and hardship but not been ground down by them. Aye, as you may have guessed, I've been thinking of asking Lise, but it'll be her decision in the end. Nod. I trust I needn't say that this conversation is just between you and me. Nod. Good girl. Right then, we'd best head to Castellum Corvi, or Or what remains of it, rather. I feel like saying good girl in that conversation's a little bit awkward, in my opinion. I know you didn't mean anything weird by it, but it still seems strange to me. I'm going to try and not think about it. Where am I going? He's also saying that because he's significantly older than Suko. But still. Don't just say that, is my opinion. Anyway, moving on. We should probably be a little bit more careful about fall damage. I don't think I have access to all of the ether currents and whatnot in this region at this time. Yeah. In various different ways, even. I wonder if I'm going the wrong way. Seems like I'm going the correct way. Or at least correct enough. Whoops! Ow. Where's this? There's a hole here. It's still here. It's fine. No problems. Anyway, this part is an instanced duty, not a dungeon or anything of the like. I'll prove to them that it wasn't a mistake. That I wasn't a mistake. I don't know what you mean. Her name is Abda. We've known each other since we were small. We'll be going on this mission together. Good Griffin. Good Griffin friend. I said it then and I'll say it again. I won't let it all be for nothing. That's true. You are the warrior, yes? It is an honor. I am a warrior right now. Okay, that'd be funny if that was like, you are the insert your class here. But no, it's just referring to warrior in the general sense and not the specific job. We'll lead the way while the other units launch their own separate attacks. Remember that we need to hold out until Monago sees to the flag. Got your gear in order? Any moment now. We've definitely seen like tanking in single player duties before, and it's always gone well so far. You're the culinarian, yes? Yeah.
Good. It's the waiting that drives me mad. Standing around, knowing what's to come. I'll never get used to it.
Calm down, Nago. You're making her nervous. We've come this far, haven't we? We just need to make it the rest of the way.
Right.
Looks like the bastards went for the bait. The bridge is ours for the taking.
All right, then.
Now remember, Monago, I want you to make for the tower as soon as you see an opening and get that flag flying. We'll see to the fighting.
I won't let you down, sir.
Come then. Rolga's star shall burn bright this day.
Various nodding and cheering and whatnot. Quickly now, we've got to reach Velladina before General Alden and his men are overwhelmed. Scouts dead ahead. If they see us, they'll warn the others. Not if we kill them first.
Here it comes!
Oh, right. Feature of single-player duties is that enemies don't care about your aggro as a tank, really. I forgot about that. Sometimes they sort of do. I'm having difficulty targeting anything as well. The warrior skill, that's the last of them. Let's keep moving. The warrior skill upheaval is just repeatedly punching someone, by the way. Wait, where did they, oh, we're going this way. No sign of sentries. General Alden must have his hands full. Let's seize the bridge and be done with it. I hope Nago's alright. He'll be fine. We will not fail. I think that was fail and not fall. They've left the token force behind. Nothing we can't handle. How did they slip past our forces? Resistance forces here. Fire at will. Kill every last one of the savages. But yeah, upheaval is just like rapidly punching. Cannons, they could use those to fire on Nago. Yeah, I'll take the cannons out first.
Take this!
I understood the objective quickly. That's the last of the cannons. It should be safe for Nago now. Yep, the upheaval animation is silly. It's punching people. That does seem like it would make sense, given that it's the AoE version of upheaval. Effectively. Ah. I didn't know the word. Think you're clever with all your little tricks? Think again. None of you are leaving here alive. Hello, Fordola. Kinda. You may have survived the Reach hero, but this time you won't be so lucky. The bridge belongs to the Empire. I'm not about to give it up.
Meet my new friend!
What, your gun? I think that's literally what you mean. Hero or not, you'll die just like all the rest. Yeah. Ah. This is my bridge. You're not taking this from me. Okay. Punched. Hago made it! We've only got to hold on a little longer. Yeah, I thought she was going to do a knockback, so I decided to use arm's length for that. I think I read which move was the knockback correctly.
God damn you! No more running! No more hiding! Let's finish this!
Yeah.
Look! The flag!
Yeah. That's a scary place to stand. This is a ridiculous plan, but it worked.
The bridge is ours! Al amigo! Al amigo! Al amigo!
A literal false flag operation. I guess so.
Yeah!
Cheering.
Stand your ground! It's not over yet! Damn it!
She immediately left, even though she just said it was not over.
Let them go, Lise. We've done what we came here to do. That's enough for now.
That's one way to think about it, I suppose. I think it's more fun if it's somewhat ridiculous, I guess. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Hooray! Hooray! Oh no! Oh no! Etc. They do foreshadow it, that's true. Fortunately, Ralban is here to be cool. Huh. Let's not talk too much about like future game mechanics and stuff either, because that's sort of also spoilery in a way. Less so, but like, still.
Villadina is fallen? Impossible.
We have them on the run! Forward! No mercy!
Regroup! Regroup! We have to regroup! All units, fall back!
Oh, does he? Fair enough, but still. I immediately forgot about that. Oh, she's actually still here?
Commander, the 4th cohort has been routed. We'll be at the mercy of the enemy's reinforcements if we don't fall back now.
Idiot! We have the stronger force by far. Don't be taken in by their tricks. Or would you rather tell Xenos you lost to this rabble?
No, but if the snakes betray us in the confusion, we'll have no way out. I'm begging you, Commander. Give the order, or we'll all die here.
As common traitors who drank of muddied waters. For all the good it did us.
Skulls with me! The day is theirs, and so is this bastard bridge. Someone bring the snake.
I suppose. It's our first victory, isn't it? And that has to be worth something.
Oh, I didn't realize that gave you knockback resistance. Interesting. Hooray! A victory. I mean, I guess glamour prisms are permanent, so that's fine, I guess. We don't have to, like, go and replace it with a quote-unquote actual flag at any point. Unless someone has glamour dispellers around here. So, you are indeed everything they say. The stuff of legends. Did you see that, Abba, Holly? We did it. Well fought, brothers and sisters. Today is a day that will be remembered for generations to come. God, another free company invite. Fairy. Tail. I see. No, thank you. Did you see the way they ran? If only it were always this easy. This person said something like, "We're alive," and is crying. Anyone else? For a moment there, I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. Well done. It's a shame Fordola got away, but we did what we came here to do. I have to remind myself it's just the first step, but it's a big one. We're going to take it all back, all of it, one ilm at a time if we have to. By the way, if you poke the weird cube, it wiggles oddly. As cubes do, I guess. There's still a chance that some Imperials are holed up inside the Castellum. We'll need to search it top to bottom to make sure it's safe. To be sure it's safe. In the meantime, I want you to rendezvous with the main host. Keep your weapons at the ready. There's a chance you might come face to face with soldiers on the run en route. On second thought, it might be prudent of you to do a preemptive sweep of the region for soldiers that have gone to ground. We shouldn't afford them any time to regroup and launch a counterattack. When you have judged your work to be done, report to General Alden in Bittermill. Ye gods, woman, don't tell me this was your first battle, presumably. Anyway, hey, Bridge. Bridge obtained. It's a good thing that Tsukro has a supernatural sense to detect exactly where the Imperials that she needs to go hit with an axe are going to be for some reason. That certainly saves a lot of time. Antlion. No thank you, Antlion. I'm going to hide behind this rock. Aha, it worked. Clearly. Ah, I've been stunned. That's fine. Benefit of not having flight yet is that you can hop around. You can of course do this even if you do have flight, if you set the options accordingly, but then you're not flying at full speed, so there's less of a reason to do that. This time there's 2 soldiers. I'm not really... I've suddenly stopped using my rotation correctly, but that's fine. It doesn't matter in this particular instance. I keep forgetting I don't have flight and trying to jump into flight. It's a good thing Monago got the flag flying when she did. Any longer and those Imperials might have had us at their mercy. The Bull of Alamigo has done it again. His assessment of Fordola's response was without error. What if the Imperials said not like this? At Spear Point. Well met. All's well at the bridge? Nod. Good, good. The fighting has died down here too, as you can see. Pippin left but a moment ago with a contingent of troops to occupy Veladina. If and when the Imperials return, they'll find us dug in behind their own walls. I could not have hoped for a better outcome, General. Splendidly done. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It'll take more than one Castellum to turn the tide. My men and I will deal with the remaining enemy forces. Scions, I bid you return to Commander Kemp and his men. Delight not overmuch in victory, not when there are battles left to fight. Our work here is finished. Our resistance allies are waiting. Nod. Well, I guess that's a major boss fight fate happening right there. That's fine. Those are unsoloable for the most part, as far as I'm aware, so they're pretty impractical to ever, like, care about unless there's a bunch of people there already. Now that we've taken control of Veladina, there's nothing stopping us from marching east towards the peaks. From a stone bridge to a massive fortress, Garlean engineering never ceases to impress. If you're looking for Arenvald, I think he's with Pippin, searching the Castellum for any remaining soldiers. Back so soon? I suppose the general and his men had matters well in hand. The vice marshal and his men showed up not long after you left. The gods are good, there'll be no one left to fight. That's fair. I know you're not one for waiting, but if you'll bear with us... Commander Kemp, Marshal Tarapin reports that their sweep of the Castellum's interior has been completed. So it's finally over, eh? Pray extend to him my deepest thanks. Salute. It's official then. Castellum Veladina is well and truly ours. Mayhap this calls for... Wait, where is Monago? She took her bird and flew off towards the Peering Stones, the village of the M tribe, where she was born. I doubt that the Imperials who fled Veladina had a mind to give them trouble on the way back east, but she was nevertheless worried, on their way back east, so I gave her leave to go and see that her people were safe. Though I pray you are right, 'twould be best if Monago were not alone if she should encounter the enemy. Nod. Agreed, let's all go to the Peering Stones and make sure that everything is all right. Nod. If that's your wish, I've no objection. Just let the guard know when you wish to cross. I think it was... and then I have no objection, but still. Now we should have access to more of the currents in the area, since we can cross the bridge. I do wish to cross the bridge, thank you. I have crossed the bridge. Since when did you become a bloodhound? Mikote ought to trust their ears, not their nose. On your guard, Arnvald. They're still about. You say you were for the Peering Stones? In that case, mayhap Marshal Tarapin and I should join you. We spied a suspicious pair earlier, a hero and a Lalafell by the looks of them, but they fled when they realized they'd been spotted. If they're Imperials, then we can't have them stirring up trouble. This was simply called Veladina Bridge before the Garleans arrived. They saw fit to transform it into a base for the supply trains. What's more, atop this tower, they could survey the area for moms around. Their ambition knows no bounds, nor does their villainy. We will soon start sending scouts east to survey the land in preparation for our advance. We do not anticipate much resistance at this time, but should we encounter any Imperial forces, we shall deal with them quickly and severely. Before we continue, I'm actually going to cheat and use my own funny button because something about this cube's weird legs is unsettling me and I'd rather not look at it. That minion roulette may have to be revised. We are back to the rabbit. I will accept this. I've detected a target.
This is an weird-like sound.
That's true. Apparently. But of course, tiring though it may be to come and go from the cliff top, it's easily defended and affords an excellent view of the surrounding area. This area is home to dangerous beasts, not that we cannot handle mine, but do not be surprised if something ravenous and slavering, I think is how you say that, comes charging at you out of nowhere. I should actually revise this at this very moment. Let's find a substitute for the cube. Well, cube 2, anyway. Does cube 1 have weird legs? Yes. They're just less easy to notice because the cube is grounded. I'm going to also remove this cube, unfortunately. I don't know, let's add funny birds to the rotation for right now.
Be gone, foul cubes. Bother us no more, meow.
Exactly. Thank you. The path to the village is through a tunnel just east of here. Follow me. The most distinct thing I remember about this village is the one character who repeatedly explodes himself with explosives for some reason that I think is part of a side quest chain that also unlocks a separate set of tribal quests. Not just Seekers of the Sun, but Ananta. Mayhap there's a settlement nearby. We may not have seen any Imperial forces thus far, but we mustn't forget that this was occupied territory until very recently. They could still be nearby. Yeah. You know, I feel like Sucro would hate that guy, actually. Though many would think him a haha funny comedy zone character, I think Sucro would, like, be weirdly reminded of her strange father that she barely knows anything about. Hey, how's my equipment doing? Better now. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. What's going on? I'm the adventurer everyone's talking about, apparently. Wait. Did this random NPC saying, as a cat person, that this creature would make a fine rug, is that like a stealth Elder Scrolls joke? Because if you play as a Khajiit in the Elder Scrolls games, or at least I think it was Skyrim, bandits will often yell at you that you'll make a fine rug, cat. I wonder if that's a stealth Elder Scrolls joke that just happened. Fires of war spread across Girabanya, and soon we ourselves may be forced to enter the fray. I'm allowed to move. It will fall to me to guide my people through the flames. I have the rare and unfortunate honor to serve not only as Nun, but as leader of my people. I forgot that that wasn't really always the case. But it fills my heart with pride to know that my daughter is fighting for this noble cause. A part of me wants nothing more than for her to come home. That said, I know better than to try and stop her, so I wait and I hope and I pray. Is she like right over there by any chance? Just wondering. Well, what do you think? Hard to tell from down below that a whole village is up here, isn't it? Hello.
Ah, you've come. Welcome, friends, to my village. My home.
How fare your people?
Good, all things considered. Better than the Enanta at any rate. They've sent an emissary. I'll take you to her.
We're here to help. Will you tell us what happened?
I don't believe that that character has ever encountered Nashu, though I haven't done the Stormblood Hildebrand and onwards, so for all I know, maybe. By the way, immediately after the resolution of 4.0, the first thing on my list is Stormblood Hildebrand, which I am completely... I've never seen any of it. Except for, like, the ending cutscene where everyone does a dance, I think. So that'll be fun. But anyway.
Aye. It began with a quarrel between the Imperials and the Kaliana.
Kaliana.
The Kaliana are another Enanta tribe. The strongest and the most influential.
I do know that. That is the one thing I know. I hope to... Okay, I know a little bit of other details, but we'll talk about that stuff when it happens instead of in advance. As usual, let us not spoil things, though I don't think you were going to.
Unlike the Vera, They want no part of our troubles. They swore fealty to the Empire, and were content to remain within their borders.
Just so. The Kaliana forsook their pride in the fight and yielded to Garlemald long ago.
Yeah.
But then a new commander was sent to hold the Black Bridge. She demanded the Kaliana surrender a hostage, this butcher.
Fordola. It doesn't make sense, though. The Vera are the ones working with the Resistance. Why would she threaten the Kaliana?
I think I know why she's threatening the Kaliana.
Because she is ignorant like all Imperials. She knows not the difference between Kaliana and Vera, nor does she care to learn.
That could also be possible, but I feel like the Empire is trying to incite the summoning of a primal or icon in order to disrupt the Resistance activities.
I see. All Fordola knew for sure was that the Resistance would come from the west. She reasoned, therefore, that if the Ananta on the east bank turned their coats, she would be trapped. I take it the Kaliana had no choice but to oblige her.
I might be getting ahead of myself a bit with talking about the primal stuff.
No, they did not. The Imperials left with the Kaliana broodmother's own daughter, Anamika. Long days and nights she looked out on the Black Bridge weeping for her child. Until you came. The broodmother knew at once which way the winds would blow. She and her warriors met with the fleeing Imperials in the road and demanded that her daughter be returned.
Bad idea. Fordola's not the kind to take threats lying down.
You know her well. The butcher turned her blade to Anamika and bade the Kaliana move aside. But the brood mother would not yield.
I know where this is going.
Yeah.
The Kaliana surrounded the Imperials, one of whom, whether out of fear or stupidity, cut the child down.
Probably both.
There was naught that could be done.
What madness.
Mostly fear, probably. I don't know. Anyway, speaking of primals.
For in her despair, the Kaliana broodmother cried out for her daughter to be restored to life. She beseeched Sri Lakshmi's intercession.
Good thing there is a pile of crystals just off screen or something, I guess.
She summoned a primal then and there?
That she did.
Okay, the
if
cut...
only for an instant. Bereft of courage and honor, the broodmother sought solace in her faith.
The cut to Alphino reacting and then immediately back to the still image memory is unintentionally slightly funny to me for some reason.
The Imperials fled in terror at the sight of the goddess, abandoning these lands to the Ananta. Now the Kaliana bid us make pilgrimage to pay proper respects.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yet though we Vera revere Sri Lakshmi as the holiest of the holy, we will not prostrate ourselves before her.
Still unclear as to whether or not the Imperials were trying to get this to happen, or if this just happened to occur.
And so you turn to us.
I feel like it could go either way. I was getting ahead of myself a bit when I said that.
Aye. All who have fought with the Resistance have heard tell of the warrior, the Icon Slayer.
I wasn't a warrior until today, though. Yeah, I feel like the Imperials would know that there's a history of this happening when people's buttons are pushed enough. And also that it would disrupt the resistance, and specifically the Scions, who they probably figured out are at least, like, around at this point. But then again, Xenos would probably be like, don't summon a primal, I want to fight her. With my golf bag of swords. Eh. But, you know, whatever. I don't know. They're probably not thinking as much as I'm giving them credit for. Anyway, that's me. I kill Icon. I do that. Sucro's just looking around like, do you mean me?
I believe we have heard enough. Inconvenient though the timing may be, if a primal has indeed been summoned, we can scarce afford to ignore it. We must needs discuss how best to resolve this situation.
I sure don't remember a lot of the mechanics about this fight, and this one does have, duty actions, I believe. I remember that much. I don't know what to do in that fight that we're not clear on existing yet, technically speaking, but it's going to exist. Hooray! Not a big deal to tank it. Still can't believe that a primal's been summoned so close to the village. The idea that our people could be taken to serve as thralls it just doesn't bear thinking about. This is all for Dola's fault. Possibly intentionally. Now we have a primal to contend with as well, as if the Empire needed an excuse to start rounding up beastmen again. I see. So use the duty action when there's orbs, and then pick up another orb. Collect blue spheres. Or whatever the song starts as, yes. You've slain many icons before, yes? Then please put an end to this madness. I'll do my best. With my own madness, which is more like angriness, but you know, it's similar. And it's not canon to Sucro to be mad. Sucro is just really good at pretending to be angry right now. Sucro is a video game reviewer online from a certain time period. No, that's not true. That's illegal to say. Sucro is not an angry video game reviewer. I can't even begin to imagine that is happening. Anyway. At the risk of sounding hopelessly naive, there may yet be a way to avoid a violent confrontation. In the past, I fear I've been rather too willing to accept that we have no other recourse than to risk our lives, or rather your life, to address these threats. Yet the primals we faced thus far have demonstrated a variety of temperaments and objectives. Ravana may delight in battle, but Ramu would sooner keep to the forest with his children. Ere we decide to challenge Sri Lakshmi, it would seem wise to learn more of her nature from those who summoned her unto this world. If that is your will, then so be it. To the north you will find our village. Sarisha shall unfold all. We shall leave at once. Manago, can you inform our comrades at the bridge of what happened? Of course. Be safe, my friends. Yeah. It makes sense for Alphino to do that at this point. Make a fine rug. That one. I see. That's a side quest I will do later, because it doesn't have a funny picture, and also it's for the purposes of getting a ether current. What do you think? These two will make fine hunters someday, but first they'll need to improve their marksmanship. Are they aiming at anything? Are they just shooting the ground? I guess that's fine. I don't know how you train archery. I say train archery like it's like a RuneScape skill or something that you level up. I don't know how you practice archery, but I assume that, like, practice targets are usually involved and not just shooting the ground, but... I'm glad that these people like their leader. That's good. Maybe they're just practicing the act of drawing and firing arrows right now, and aiming is later. That seems reasonable enough. I don't know to what you were referring. Speaking of ether cards, though. By the way, look at this funny rabbit. Have you seen this rabbit? It's a good rabbit, I think. Bunui, as they say. Ah, I see. Actually.
Nui.
Nui. I see, that's how you say it. Finally, we learn. I think Twitch tried to tell me I was out of crystals, which is funny because I have infinite crystals. Hello, Sarisha. We do not often receive guests. What is the purpose of your visit? Ah. Greetings and well met. We are scions of the Seventh Dawn, and we come seeking Sarisha of the Vera. You are she, are you not? You've petitioned us for aid and succor, and we intend to provide them, but we'd first learn more of your Sri Lakshmi, that we might better understand the nature of the threat she poses to you. A simple request, and one which I shall gladly oblige. That makes a lot of sense. This is a historical fact I was not aware of. In the beginning was Sri Lakshmi. Sri Lakshmi. I'm not sure how much of the S and H sounds to emphasize in that. We were created in her image, daughters blessed by her beauty. Her breath became ours, her serenity our solace. There is naught she would not give. 'Twas the Kalyana broodmother's desire to bring about her daughter's resurrection which first called forth Sri Lakshmi from the ether. That being the case, I rather doubt the goddess will be spoiling for a fight. That would depend. The primal's motives will have been colored by the summoner's state of mind, namely that of a grieving mother who had just borne witness to her daughter's murder. Though she apparently craved a miracle, she may have also harbored thoughts of vengeance. Moreover, the Kalyana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of the Vera. This is true. The Vera and the Kalyana do indeed regard the Lady of Bliss in different ways. Wait, isn't Vera also, like, but spelled differently, also one of the kinds of Vera? Maybe this is like Vira? I don't know. To the Vera, Sri Lakshmi embodies freedom. She would not suffer her daughters to be bound to another's will. And so we stand with the resistance against the Empire. Vina, okay, fair enough. And give our lives for the cause. To the Kalyana, however, she embodies transcendental beauty, which they strive to create through their craft. To shape crystal is less art and more ritual, a sacred duty wherein each tribute is imbued with a fragment of the soul. That explains why it was so easy to summon a primal, I guess. The Imperials do not interfere with this holy work, and so the Kalyana were content to turn inward and ignore our plight. Until reality asserted itself and they summoned a primal, a fever dream to soothe their aching hearts. But surely they can see it won't do any good. The Imperials will still rule these lands. Nothing will change. The Ananta will. The Kalyana bade the Vera make pilgrimage to pay proper respects, remember? The Ananta will. Those who do not wish to partake of their primal's bliss will be made to do so. Not while we're around, they won't. Though our beliefs are not the same, we are still kin to the Kalyana. Will you help them to see reason? Know that I'll kill your god if I have to, maybe even if I don't. I remember this line, but I didn't remember the exact context. Sukra would not say this, even though she's apparently sort of angry right now, judging by being a warrior. You can count on us. Sucrose, here to help. Then we shall, for without you we may be powerless to stop them. If we do not act quickly, more lives will be lost, more families torn apart, and more children made to suffer. Nod. Then it's settled. We're going to find that primal and put an end to this. My sister Vajra will guide you to Janan Khat, and I shall pray for your success. Nod. Do what you must, Icon Slayer. I'm reminded of the tragedy we bore witness to beneath Ogomoro, when poor Gabu cried out in despair and rage and Titan came forth in answer. We need to go, I won't be late again, not like in Limsa. I'm not sure why Alize's so eager to face this primal all of a sudden, but you won't hear me complaining. Least does not know about this. Well met, scions, I am Vajra, she who shines bright and unbroken. I stand ready, we leave upon your command. The Lady of Bliss. There she is. You are ready? You look ready. Janan Khat, there you will find the Kalyana's crystals and Sri Lakshmi. Follow me. Will do. Is there a ether crystal around here anywhere? Yes. Yes, there is. It was at the Peering Stones and I did not attune to it. Well, R.I.P., I guess. I'll go fix that. Yeah, I'm like I said, Sucro not actually mad. Here's an elephant. I haven't thought of, like, other explanations for her warrior stuff yet, if she remains as one. Some explanations for as to why being a warrior makes sense, but not really any explanations for like how it works functionally. I suppose that makes sense, yeah. I don't think Sucro's the type to, like, really enjoy fighting, but she does fight. I mean, she kind of has to, of course. This is probably accessed through a gate on the other side of the Ananta location. So I have to go back around here. Dinosaur angry. This is not the proper way to enter this place, but I'm doing that anyway, apparently. Probably this way? Actually, I have no idea where I'm going. Worrying about sound being picked up on the mic again, as usual. Like that's the entrance. Ah, here we go. Wait, no, that's a different quest. Probably this way. Before I continue, maybe I will be right back again. Hello. I am here again. I am thinking about Warrior. I think it'd be reasonable to say that, if we were to go back to the idea of Sucro channeling ether through her weapons using Arcanima, that, she could be channeling fire and earth aspected ether specifically through the axe for various warrior things. And also, I feel like it'd be reasonable to say that she found this the easiest elements of ether to channel through the axe, because I believe that Vilbrand and Lenosha are somewhat fire aspected in some sense. And my evidence for that is simply that this is where you get fire shards with botany. Is Lenosha. Ah, Earth is also in Lenosha. So yeah, that makes sense. So that could go some length at explaining some of the deal with Warrior Sucro if that becomes a thing. I don't know if they go into great detail about the elemental aspects of any areas, but given that fire and earth shards are there, it seems reasonable to assume that those are a somewhat prominent element in that region. It would be in our best interest to avoid any confrontation unless absolutely necessary. The primal and the crystals are our primary objectives. I still kind of feel like the Odin backstory idea doesn't connect to Warrior at all. Because I don't like the idea of like, by the way, I guess parts of this aura are three-dimensional. I feel like the idea of having all of the Odin stuff and then just throwing it out and picking an axe up is not how I prefer to do character backstories, I guess. We should follow their lead and let them do any fighting for now. You'll need your strength when the time comes. I expected more resistance. Let us pray our luck holds. Janan Kat, the path leads to an entrance above. Within is an aetheryte. You must use it to enter. Understood. With me, everyone. Also, here's a bird. I suppose one could probably make some kind of assumption that if one had the ability to channel ether through your weapons, you could possibly also channel an Igai through your weapon, especially a weapon aspected question marks Igai such as Odin. But there's not but that feels like it goes back to the problem of the axe doesn't resemble Zantetsuken in any way, and I don't think there is one that does. Just thinking aloud about lore. There's a bunny here for some reason. Some sort of VR. Whoa. I thought I was going to be given access to a trial, not thrown into here. Anyway, hello Sri Lakshmi, I guess. Good thing we all spawned in behind cover.
Why, mistress? Why does my Anamika slumber still?
I need more crystals, that's why. Ho ho ho. That's probably the reason why, because primals.
Look thee on her face, supplicant. Thy prayer hath been answered.
Oh. It's actually... She's technically alive in the sense that she's moving, but also she's soulless and dead. But I don't care because I'm primal. Lol. Lamau.
Flesh sundered hath been made whole. Blood spilt runneth through her veins. breath stolen filleth her breast.
But she hears not her mother's words, nor sees her mother's face. She's silent and empty.
Only the vessel may be remade, not so the flame which flickered within. Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds.
Alize?
Now do you see her promises for what they are?
Alize, have you gone mad?
Only a little.
Mayhap I have, but I refuse to stand by and watch yet another tragedy unfold.
Who intrudes upon this sacred ground? Imperials, thirsting for blood.
No.
No! We come not to shed blood, but to save you from the false god who would lead you astray. I understand how you feel. I do. You loved her with all your heart, but when the moment came, you still couldn't save her. The anguish, the anger, I know it only too well. But I also know where this path leads. To embrace a primal is to condemn yourself to an endless cycle of despair. You will never know peace.
A worm-eaten heart may find peace and serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise. Naught else.
You tempt them with visions of things that can never be and leave them bereft and wanting. No illusion, however sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory.
Alize is really good, by the way.
For every prayer that
a lot of
primal
the characters
answers, it'll
are.
demand payment in kind. Do you have any idea how many more Ananta will die to feed its hunger for crystals?
They would have thee suffer man's spite and live in fear. Far better to dwell in my beauteous dream than endure so ugly a reality.
Bah.
She's wrong! We hate the Empire as much as you, if you just listen!
Poor misguided children. I would spare you the torments of this cruel and misshapen world. Come, bask in my radiance. Let it fill your hearts and free you from your burdens.
That means leave. Y'all don't have the echo. Get out of there. Don't collect the orbs. No. Apparently I can do this. Well, so much for all of them, though.
Abide in misery then, fools. The Ananta are more deserving of my blessing. Leave these lands and my dreamers be. I will not warn you a second time.
You won't need to, because you'll be dead. Oh, bye, I guess. Just gone instantly. Well. 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 I knew things were not going to end well the moment she stepped out of hiding. Is there really no way we can fight alongside you without being turned into one of your dreamers? I guess this is the Lakshmi word for tempered. Because we talked a few times about how there are sometimes different words for that, and not always, but in this case, yes. Sort of. I know, it was stupid and foolish, but I had to try, Sucro. I had to. I had to try, and I failed, so you have to fight. There is no other way. Never stop trying. It means a lot to hear you say that. It does. But it doesn't make it any easier to have to ask you to face that thing. We can but do that which is within our power. Lise, Alphino, and I will go and seize their crystal stores. This will not happen again. And you, when it's finished, we will be waiting for you. Emanation, now accessible. Oh, right, I already read these. Well. Clear Doma Castle from the selection. And, I'm going to do my best. Use the duty action when the blue orbs appear, and then pick up an orb. I may forget this immediately. We came too late for Gabu, but perhaps this time when the primal is no more. Sucrose found a box. You know what they say. If it fits, I sits.
Funny box, funny box, funny box, funny box.
Yep. That's true. Calico likes the funny box. Sucro is going to stare into her soul now, I guess. Hello, viewers. Is it weird to have Sucro just staring directly into the camera? It might be a little bit weird. That zoom in is jarring a little bit. Can I actually, like, get out of here? Oh, easily, I think. There's also a funny box over here. This one cannot be... It can be! I could have sat in that one. That one was smaller. That one was more of a Sucro-sized box. Anyway, here's Lakshmi. I might not even be main tank. It depends on what the other tank does.
Requires Defiler. Open your hearts to me.
I did the thing I was told to do. This song is pretty good. Who are you to wake them from the dream? Oh god. Wait, how is this working? I'm going to get hit by this. I don't wanna... Oh, I've stolen the aggro. This feels like a dangerous place to be sitting, but I'm not sure at all.
Your weary souls in my bosom.
No. I shall I shall What does that mean? It's like I shall not and cannot at the same time. I shan't partake of my life and my love. No. I guess I have to a little bit because that's the mechanic, but no. Oh no! Someone,
I shall free you from your hate!
Someone died somehow. I admit, I don't know what this kind of music actually means. Bro. I messed up.
Surrender to bliss.
I would say be careful where you're going with that train of thought. Not the pizza one, the other one.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
No, I'm dead. Leave me alone, Sri Lakshmi. I see. I think, sort of. Not really. But it is good music. Oh, you're also dead. Oh, we're all dying. My brain froze up and didn't know what to do because I didn't have access to the mechanic, but I was supposed to still touch the orb, I think. So you have to collect the orb to use the orb. I thought you had to use the orb. Can you hold more than one orb at a time? Did I not pick up enough orbs before? Or are you allowed to pick up the orbs without being shielded? I thought you had to be shielded and then... Okay.
I shall free you from your hate!
These people are trying. No, I wouldn't blame you for that. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Open your hearts to me.
Why are you moving me into the AoE, people? Don't do that. I mean, I guess you're still trying to fight. That's why. That's fair. I'm not actually mad.
Rest your weary souls in my bosom.
Guess we have to see this again. I'm facing away. I do not respect it.
I shall free you from your hate.
Just in case, I also used arm's length. That was probably not necessary. That time I had a shield left.
Surrender to bliss.
No.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
I don't know what this means. But it's fine, actually. Well, I'm over here now.
Your souls are stained.
My grace, my beauty, my everything is yours. Whatever that means.
I shall free you from your hate.
Hooray! That boss is mildly uncomfortable for me, but she's dead now. explode. It makes it a little difficult to actually like the music a lot when the boss is mildly uncomfortable. I don't know. No one is here to commend. This does look a little bit like a Kingdom Hearts sort of platform, you're right. You're not wrong. I got a commendation. Just one, but that's still something. Anyway.
You did it again. You saved them. I just wish I could have been more help.
It's a little funny that the boss platform is like an existing place in the world.
So, it looks like the Inanta did have a mountain of crystals after all. Like every other tribe. Gods were all such slaves to our weaknesses.
You slew our mistress! She was our hope! Our salvation! Is there no end to your cruelty?
Listen to me, please. I know that you're only trying to protect yourselves because you feel frightened and alone. But that's how we all feel. Don't you see? If we could just turn to each other for help instead of the gods, I'm sure we could find a way to live in peace. Your crystals are important to you, aren't they? Reflections of your souls, right? Well, you shouldn't have to sacrifice something so precious to a primal.
Yeah.
Who are you to question our choice? You who fight without fear? We wish only to live in peace. And if this be the price we must pay, then so be it!
I know there's nothing I can say to convince you. But I hope that one day you look back and see we only ever wanted the same thing.
Begone, damn you! Spare me your hollow words, and leave me to mourn.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. It's quite a line.
But it doesn't mean I'm giving up. Girabania is our home too. And one way or another, we're going to have to learn to live together. Come on. Alphino and Alize are waiting.
Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo, I'm sure this will go only
the
well.
savage returns, and with her tail firmly between her legs, beaten by beastmen, I hear.
It was a shameful display, by all accounts. She may have curried the Viceroy's favor with her bold promises, but in the end, she's just another plodding bungler like the rest of her kind.
Strange. You would think him a better judge of character. Then again, I hear she's not averse to a more physical mode of persuasion.
Ugh.
I thought she rose through the ranks rather quickly, but no longer. If only she had been content with her lot, she might have lived to see the morrow.
These two suck.
For Dolorem Lupus. Commander of the Crania Lupi, reporting as ordered.
Why do you tremble so? Could it be that the Empire's butcher is afraid? That she who walks with death is terrified of her own?
Sir, it's because you keep killing people when they fail, sir. I'd rather not die.
Terrified of dying having achieved naught. Gladly would I give my life to win a great victory on the battlefield, had I but the strength.
Alas, you do not. Indeed, you are weak. And born of this weakness is a blind fervor, a raging inferno which threatens to consume not only you, but everyone around you.
I find myself rolling my eyes at Xenos. If you're curious as to how I feel about Xenos so far, this time around. This time through the game.
Yes, my lord.
You were defeated by the Resistance on several occasions. You misjudged the Ananta and spurred them into summoning an icon. Have you anything to say?
I do not, my lord. My failures are my own. I am prepared to accept your judgment.
That's kind of true, yeah.
And that is very admirable. However, I've had enough of this dumb show. Give voice to that hunger I see in your eyes, or I will pluck them from your head.
I want...
Xenos, you're being creepy and weird.
I want to make them pay! All of them! Everyone who ever mocked or looked down on me! I want the power to make them pay!
Very well. Then I shall give you a chance. A chance to transcend your mortal limits.
Yep.
Assuming, that is, you are prepared to wager your life for such power.
A good commander for his purposes, anyway. Or in his, I sure do like violence mindset, or whatever.
I came here prepared to die. Tell me what I must do.
Time for the creepy scientist that we keep hidden behind the throne at all times. Just in case creepy science is necessary, I guess. But anyway, back to whatever's going on over here instead. You finished then. Good, I'm glad it's over. We had to use force to secure the crystals. Alize was not gentle. You yet live. I had my doubts. Welcome back. Sucro's too powerful to simply die, and then, don't ignore the part where I died. I wish we could have left on better terms, but that was never going to happen. Could be a problem if they get their hands on any more crystals, though. Never mind, we'll deal with that when the time comes. Ominous thunder that is actually completely coincidental and not scripted. More or less. I hate leaving it all to you. It makes me wish there was some way of borrowing the echo. You've done us a great service this day. Long shall my sisters sing the praises of the Icon Slayer. Let us bear word to them of Sri Lakshmi's passing. Come, friends, to Vira Nelia. feel like rather than sitting on this, I should be more clear about something. I feel like saying something similar to they knew what they were doing with this boss fight is cutting it really close to something I'd rather not have said. So I just advise everyone to be careful. I did adjust the rules a little bit to reflect what I would like you to be careful about, and I would ask that you look at them. Not to like call out anyone specifically for what they said or whatever. I just want to make everything really clear what I would prefer be avoided. All right? Are we good on that front? Possibly. Hopefully. By cutting it really close, I mean like actually just barely over a line, possibly, but I'm not going to like delete you off the face of the planet for that. I have very strong... The way I'll put it is that I have very strong triggers. And, you know, mental health, trauma stuff, you know. So I want everyone to be very careful about anything adjacent to that sort of subject matter. Like, even barely adjacent. Like, okay, thank you, everyone. Under the circumstances that weren't, like, in the context of a game that I really like, a lot of the character designs and outfits would probably be upsetting to me, for example. But, like... Anyway, let's move on. If only I had your power, the things I would do. Alize, are you trying to be a narrative parallel to Fordola? Slightly? Had the Kaliana's beliefs been closer to those of the Vera, this crisis could surely have been avoided. I just hope we won't have to deal with any more primals before we march on Alamigo. 'Twas your victory. 'Tis only meet that you be the one to tell my sister. And before I move on, I want to just be clear that I'm thankful that everyone is understanding, by the way, as well. I don't want to sound like angry or overly upset. Just thank you for being understanding. I appreciate that a lot. Anyway. Ah, the winds whispered of your success, and your eyes confirm their testimony. The Lady of Bliss no longer holds our Kaliana's sisters in her thrall. For this, we thank you. So, for whatever reason, defeating Sri Lakshmi broke the tempering a little bit more than it usually does for those who are tempered. Is this just a shift in how the writing handles this, or is there more meaning to it? Sucro did the deed, we were but witnesses to her heroism. However, I fear this is only the beginning, for there's no cure for that which drives the desperate to beseech the gods for salvation. Should they wish to use their crystals to summon Sri Lakshmi again, naught can be done to stop them. We ignore our sister's plight at our peril. This we know. We shall endeavor to show them another path, so the day you speak of never comes. We're all in this together, Alamegans and Ananta. We understand that. Hopefully in time they will too. You and yours will ever be friends of the Vera. On that you have my word. We should be getting back to the Peering Stones. Thank you again, Sarisha, for everything. I suppose that's also true. Possibly. I could just teleport. They didn't behave similarly to other tempered... Well, I guess I can't really say that for sure, but anyway. We heard about the Primal. Excellent work. If you're looking for R involved in his unit, they're currently investigating reports of suspicious activity in the area. Okay. The hero returns together with her stalwart comrades in arms. Glad to hear you managed to deal with the Ananta's primal before it could cause us any more grief. Gods know we have enough to worry about. Welcome back. Conrad and Marshal Tarapin came to render aid, but I hear that won't be necessary. It won't. Sri Lakshmi's gone, but I should probably start at the beginning. And so she did. There was a primal, and then Sucro had an axe, and then there wasn't a primal. Incredible. I don't know what to say. If you hadn't been there to stop her, who knows where it would have ended. You've saved a lot of lives, Sucro. Take pride in that. Must be said that this is something of an unprecedented situation. Previous summonings were, to my knowledge, planned well in advance by a tribe as a whole. Somebody did not see the Hildebrand questline. Indeed, there are several aspects of this incident which bear further investigation. In any event, the Kalyana's supply of crystals must remain limited for this foreseeable future, and ambient ether levels closely observed. Still wondering if there's any possibility of the whole Tonberry, Rancor situation being similar to primal summoning, considering that the Rancor evidently spread from the king to the rest of the Tonberries. Not unlike tempering, as I mentioned earlier. And if one can embody a primal, if there happens to be crystals nearby when you just really, really, really want revenge, perhaps, why not be able to embody a concept with no direct connection to any sort of being? It's possible. It'd be interesting. Indeed, there are several aspects of this incident which bear further investigation. In any event, the Kalyana's supply of crystals must remain limited for the foreseeable future, and ambient ether levels closely observed. Understood. The Alliance will consult with the Resistance and the Vera on how best to enforce said restrictions. Thank you, Vice Marshal. To other matters, then. What news of the Imperials? None, which itself is troubling. It seems as though the skulls and the remainder of the garrison have fully withdrawn into the peaks. We've seen neither hide nor hair of them since Veladina. Regardless of their reasons, our path is clear. Father has decided that it's time to advance east. Finally! He was also most emphatic that you be spared further duties for the present. You are to rest. It would not do for the Warrior of Light to collapse from exhaustion during the march. We may not be as strong or as quick as her, but we are soldiers nonetheless. We can deal with the Imperials. Aye, you've earned this respite, so enjoy it. And the same goes for you, Minago. You've been away from your family too long, don't deny it. As you say, sir. Yeah, I was getting to that. I was thinking that. Sri Lakshmi was honestly my goal endpoint before I started the stream. But we've got to get through the conversation first. As you say, sir. Thank you. We'll make the most of our time here. Nod. Naga used to tell me stories about our home, but somehow it didn't really register that it would be up this high. I know how you feel. I've never taken kindly to people telling me to rest. Yeah. Much will hinge on whether we can capture or destroy Specula Imperatoris. Though the facility was unassailable from the north, it is very much vulnerable to attack from the south. Heh, looks like it's up to me and mine to give you a lot of proper welcome. My mother prepared a special meal for this occasion, and I have it on good authority that hers is the finest cooking this side of Veladina. Once we get quest complete, is, I think, a good spot to stop. So we can see this scene, and so on. It'd be weird to resume right here, I think. Honored guests, I pray you partake of our humble offerings as we give thanks for your many valiant deeds. We have 3 low-poly chickens, and a lot of shiny fruit. Now don't worry. Like Alize says, people telling me to rest, etc. Nah, not actually, but still. Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome. We're honored to break bread with you and your family. Also, for the record, there's nothing wrong with low poly, like, graphical stuff. It saves a lot on resources. It would be unreasonable to, like, make super high fidelity roast chickens or whatever.
Heck yeah, I enjoy low polygon chicken. It is my favorite meow.
That's good to know. I'll get you some low poly chicken later, Callie. Also, I personally find low poly graphic stuff like really charming in a way. Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome. We are honored to break bread with you and your family. Come, come, eat your fill of our food and drink deep of our spirits. There's more than enough for all. Well, when you put it that way, don't mind if I do. Nod. And so they did. This is implying again that Sucro drinks alcohol, which I disagree with. Here's the moon. Don't think about the moon for a while, we're not going there yet. Sucro's looking at stuff. She wasn't kidding when she said her mother could cook.
To the stars. In deepest darkness, a smile suits a hero. All of my name days at once.
Destroy! I see we pulled 2 of the Final Fantasy XIV lines that I put in there like today. Ha! Smile suits a hero, everyone. Don't forget. I mean, that chicken wasn't like super low poly, but it wasn't like the same poly count as the rest of the graphics in this game. It's relative low polyness, I would say. I'm just using it as a term to like describe the polygon count of that chicken relative to the surrounding stuff, like the environment and the characters. Which is, I think, probably an accurate definition of low poly, because like, I would say that it's context sensitive. I could tell because there were a lot of like jagged edges. It wasn't round at all. It's difficult to like, yeah, also that. It's difficult to like point it out exactly without us being able to look at the chicken again. But it had very sharp corners on the model. It wasn't like rounded in any way. I don't think I remember that one. I'm sure we've seen that one. My favorite is the grapes that they adjusted later, unfortunately, that we're nowhere near and I haven't personally witnessed, like in person, and I won't be able to. She wasn't kidding when she said her mother would cook, or could cook, by the way. Nod. You know, seeing her with her family, I can't help thinking of my own. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe we can find some sort of food model somewhere that we can compare it to better illustrate my point. I don't know. You know, seeing her with her family, I can't help thinking of my own. I guess, to continue not paying attention to the cutscene, I guess I would consider low poly, like, low amount of polygon or graphics or whatever relative to surrounding objects because it is not important to give it, like, a high graphical fidelity. It is a, like, secondary graphic of sorts. Ah. We definitely saw that scene, I just don't remember that. Anyway, you know, seeing her with her family, I can't help thinking of my own. Gasp. Now my father would come home from a hunt with dinner on his shoulder, and Ida would prepare it with herbs and spices. My mother died when I was little, so she did most of the cooking. We didn't have much, but we had each other, and that was enough for me. But they wouldn't let us have even that. Theodoric, Gaius, of course Father and Ida had to fight. I would have too if I'd been older, but they didn't have to die. Zucro's thinking. It never ends, does it? They call us beasts and they treat us like them. They push and they push and they... until someone pushes back, until someone takes up arms or someone's a god, a false god. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? What are they thinking when they see the strong hurt the weak? When people fight and die and nothing gets better and it just goes on and on and on? There is no justice, just us. You'd have to ask them or ... Nice pun possibility, I guess, question mark. Honestly, I kind of feel like Sucro would respond with ... maybe. Thinking. I don't think the gods listen to people like me. Thanks for listening. I know I was just rambling, but I feel better somehow. Who knows what the answers are, or even if there even are any. Either way, life goes on and we've got to go with it. Sorry, that sounded better in my head. I must be getting tired. Time to turn in, I think. Tomorrow's another day, eh? Let's see what it brings. Sleep well, Sucro. Yeah, it's good that we saw this scene before we stopped, because telling everyone to sleep well. Makes sense. Quest's not over yet, though. I need my experience reward. Dang it. There it is. So, your mother's food is good. Why are you such a terrible cook? Honestly, you've got to get her to teach you the basics while we're here. Don't be mean. Because I've got other skills. In case you've forgotten, I'm one of the finest hunters this tribe has ever seen. And anyway, I don't remember you being a master culinarian. How long has it been since I last saw my father? Maybe Alphino and I should plan a trip to Charlian when all of this is over, I mean. There's something to be said for a home-cooked meal, is there not? We must cherish these moments, fleeting as they are. The fight will always be there, waiting for us to return. There's a rabbit jumping around. It feels odd to call Vieira's rabbits or bunnies when even though I'm calling Sucro a cat all the time. Anyway, there's a quest reward. Who is this jumping individual? It's funny to watch Sucro, like, watch someone jump around. Shoutouts to whoever this is. And on that note, can we find some low polygon food anywhere? Well, not at the House of the Fierce. I don't need to go there. I should just make this my home point, honestly. My new strategy of making wherever the story is at my home point. But let's go to Kugane. There's gotta be a plate of food graphic somewhere in Kugane, right? It seems highly likely that a plate of food exists in a city. Is this important? I don't know. Yeah, the rules should be visible in the panels beneath the stream as well. I should also implement a chat command that displays the rules, but I haven't done that yet. That seems like it'd be a good idea. Well, I guess this will probably work. This is sushi. Yeah, the basic, like, the short version of why those chat rules exist is that I have very strong trauma triggers. And I would appreciate not having that be relevant. But if we look at this sushi here, you can see that like the sushi and also like the cup here to a lesser extent. And yeah, that's also true, but I always feel strange about like not justifying myself, because I always feel like my problems or issues are a pain or annoying or weird or strange or something, even though they're not. Regardless, you can see here from the sushi and also like the sake cup or whatever that this is just what I meant by low poly. They're not like super rounded, they have more like jagged edges. They're less fancy relative to everything around them. This is because they are less important graphically than like a player model. And for the record, this is a good approach, because to devote a lot of graphical fidelity to small graphical assets and whatnot is a bad use of resources, and also like bad for computers and stuff running it. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 infamously had like flower pots that had more polygons than yeah, that's also the idea, but like the flower pots infamously had like more polygons than a player model and would make the game run really slowly, just because of how many like how much graphics was in the graphics. And as to I wouldn't know if I wasn't looking so close, that's the point. You're not really supposed to look closely at these sort of graphical assets, so they don't put as much into them. But like they did a zoom in on the food in that cutscene, which is why I noticed it. And yeah, personally I find stuff like that's really like fun to look at and interesting and charming. And like seeing stuff like this used properly makes me have faith in like the game development and their how they've allocated resources and stuff like that. And that too, yeah. For the record, there's nothing wrong with low poly. I think I've made that very clear, but just, yeah. And you don't usually notice stuff like that because you're not usually looking closely at those things. Not unlike how, like, for example, the flowers here are two-dimensional. Like, normally that doesn't matter because you're seeing like this angle of them and from a distance. But if you look really closely, they're like 2D textures, basically. Like the actual flower parts. But like also like the grass itself is kind of like jagged and not like super clear or anything. That's because it doesn't need to be. But that's all I mean. Just like stuff that is relatively lower on graphical fidelity than the primary graphical assets of the game. I think low poly is always like relative rather than meaning a specific degree of poly. Hey, cool I level 590 tank pants. Yeah, that too. That's also very correct. It's just sort of it's the sort of thing that I just notice because I think it's neat to notice. I think it's cool to see how the game is put together. Oh, I made a small amount of money. Let me look at the ridiculous amount of vending stuff that I have on hand. I probably have something. I think this is the retainer I gave it to. Maybe not. This is a bunch of various like relic armor and stuff, and also PvP. This is not the retainer with the... It's probably Ariadne then, because she has 80 items. No wait, no, that's who I was just looking at. I thought I was looking at Tuhanatos. Tuhanatos is the one who has all this stuff, I'm pretty sure. Okay, there's not like a lot. But there is Radiance Scale Mail of vending. I might as well just hold on to all this stuff so I don't forget that I have it. Like Moonward Hose of vending, which is now irrelevant, technically speaking. Lunar Envoy's gear. I think I've seen it. I don't think I have any. Just like, this is just some stuff that my retainers have given me. Like, this is now irrelevant since I just got the Radiant version of this, so I guess that's fine. Forgivens, Ravel Keepers, etc. Oh, that's maiming. I'm holding on to maiming for some reason. Might as well just, like, withdraw all of this stuff and carry it around. In that case, I probably haven't seen it, actually. But I'm not 100% sure. Heirloom necklace. Moonward bracelet. Last bracelet. Like, I have a lot of different level 90 things that, well, some of them are clearly better than others, but my brain or me or something, Troyan Ring of Fending, that exists in here. Oh, I already have one of those in my actual inventory. That's funny. A Neo Ishgardian Ring. Aetherius Ring. The Last Ring. Etc. I don't think I've seen a Lunar Envoy thing if it's the, like, the highest tier tombstone. Whatever. I'm very close to level 70 with Warrior, so by the time I stream again, I probably will be level 70 with Warrior. I don't know if the next stream will be as Paladin or Warrior, or, like, I'll, for some reason, be some other kind of whatever. I don't know. It is a mystery. Oh, and I put the instrument I was given over here, by the way. That's also true. The last gear is going to get progressively funnier. The instrument's over here, and I think I put the mole banner over here. Yeah, there it is. All that being said. Also, I still don't know what music best fits Sucro's apartment. But yeah. Maybe I should make a Sucro fact that's just like Sucro owns a Blahaj. Nobody knows where you can find IKEA in Eorzea. That's basically a Blahaj. Anyway, it's the Eorzean equivalent of a Blahaj. I just wanted to say Blahaj a lot. I don't even know that's how you say it. I'm really proud of this apartment, to the point where I don't really know what I would do if I got a quote-unquote actual house at any point, because this place is really dang nice. I feel like the canon Sucro thing to do if I got a house would be to make it a public library, but I think I've already named this place private library. Anyway, all that being said, that's a good place to stop for today. So thank you all for watching.
Blahaj, the funny shark friend that is friend to trans folk.
That's correct. I see you've done your research, Callie. But anyway, that's the stream for today. If you would like to support me, first of all, viewing the stream, hanging out, is already plenty of support, and I appreciate it a lot. But also, the best ways I think that you could actually... The best other ways you could support me, not to say that you could... I'm backing up on the actually, because that implies that you weren't. Anyway, other ways that you could support me that would be very helpful would be... Yeah, I'm going to do the job quest, don't worry. Would be to spread the word, follow if you're not already following and you would like to. Because, once again, Twitch demands more viewers more than anything else at the moment. Not that I'm, like, desperate to make Twitch partner, so again, don't make it, like, a priority to spread the word or anything. And, of course, there's also the various links that you can see on screen and below the stream, which will also show up if you type a funny little command that I put in, which shows a card website with all the links on it. And yeah, go check those out if you're interested in doing so. If not, don't worry about it. And all that said, eventually I might streamline my process of trying to advertise myself at the end, but Until that happens, all I can say is,
To the stars.
to the stars.
Catch my javelin. Flying at the speed of light. With a deadly hat.
Destroy!
Perfect. I also added Monster Party quotes. That's where Catch My Javelin is from. Yep. The stream has been destroyed. Good night, everybody. Have a good rest of the day. I will see you on Friday for more Stormblood.